Please and welcome to the Sleep Porch. Tonight, the story you are about to hear is called The Frost King. If this content interests you, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Your support motivates us to continue creating more meaningful videos. There was once a woodcutter who lived deep in the forests of the wild and wintry North Country. He was a kindly widower and the father of a lovely, gentle girl named Daria. She was a happy child and a ray of sunshine in his life. As she grew into adulthood, she was one of his chief joys. However, even with his daughter for company, the man eventually wished to remarry. Having sparse memories of her mother, Daria understood his wish to find love again. She welcomed her new stepmother with an open heart, as well as the woman's daughter, Maria, whom she hoped would become a trusted sister to her.
Living out in the forest as they did, and being an only child, Daria had never had the opportunity to spend time with other young people. She looked forward to the companionship of another girl who was her age. All was well for a couple of months after the wedding, but their home was not truly harmonious for long. The stepmother proved to be quite critical. She questioned Daria's father about every perceived fault, and she took a particular dislike to her stepdaughter, Daria. This was through no fault of the girl herself. The simple truth was that the woman knew her own daughter, Maria, fell short. Because of this, she resented Daria's greater charms. The more Daria tried to please her, the more the woman scolded her. Even when showing her best qualities, Daria only seemed to irritate her stepmother further. Fortunately, Daria was not entirely without friends. She had a huge, furry dog named Victor, whom her father had given her as a gift many years earlier. They often joked that Victor was really a wolf, because he had the size and strength of one. Yet, despite the piercing gaze of his icy blue eyes, he was simply a large, gentle creature. He was as loyal to Daria as could be. She was thankful for Victor's companionship and his fluffy hugs. In time, it happened that Daria's father was preparing to leave on a short journey. He was delivering wood to a nearby village and would be gone for 2 days. With winter drawing near, it was important for him to take advantage of the strong demand for firewood. So he was willing to travel a little farther in order to trade his wood for essential supplies they would need in the coming months. His wife packed food for the trip, and all three of them saw him off. Daria especially hugged him tight and wished him good fortune as Victor sat patiently at her heels, watching her father ride away in the heavily laden wagon. Daria leaned down and wrapped her arms around her faithful dog. She wasn't looking forward to spending these next 2 days without her father, her trusty pet, her only real friend. Turning reluctantly, she went back into the house, noticing that her stepmother and stepsister had disappeared as soon as the wagon had started rolling. They didn't seem to care that her father had left. The day proceeded as it usually would. Each of them attended to their own chores, and they spoke to each other very little. But Daria's stepmother was calmly planning to take advantage of her husband's absence. She was plotting a way to rid herself of Daria once and for all. In the late afternoon, with the early winter sunset just an hour away, Daria was reading quietly in her sleeping loft. She was quite absorbed in her book, but she was pulled away from it by the sound of commotion in the kitchen downstairs. Her stepmother was carrying on loudly about something, and Daria quickly descended to find out what was going on. The front door was wide open, allowing cold air to flow through the house, and her stepmother was clasping her hands in distress. "Daria," she said, "the wind blew the door open, and your dog Victor went running off." Daria looked from the door to her stepmother, and then to Maria, who was making pancakes in the oven. Indeed, Victor was nowhere to be seen. He could usually be found enjoying the heat from the stove, but he wasn't upstairs, and he was not here in the kitchen either. Daria could see that. Without a word, she grabbed a woolen wrap and ran outside into the yard. Calling here and there for Victor, she covered the length of their little homestead. She searched every possible outbuilding and shed, but there was no sign of her dear and trusty friend. She returned to the front door and asked her stepmother if she had seen which way he'd gone. The crafty woman pointed in the direction of the trail that led deep into the woods. Then she added, "If you're quick, you may catch him." Without taking care to bring heavier clothing, Daria immediately ran off in the direction of the path. She wasn't thinking very clearly, but it was her hope that she would come upon Victor quickly and be able to bring him back to the warmth and safety of the house. As the girl disappeared into the gloom, the stepmother closed the door and gave Maria a sneaky smile. Then she crossed to the pantry and opened the door there. Inside, without a care in the world, sat Victor. He was finishing off an enormous pile of pancakes, which had kept him very busy while Daria had been calling for him. Maria and her mother snickered in delight at the deception they had successfully performed. As Victor went and snuffled at the front door, realizing his mistress was gone, they sat down and heartily ate the rest of the pancakes from the oven. Meanwhile, Daria's search for Victor had led her deep into the woods. If she had stopped for a moment, she would have realized that twilight was coming, and she should delay her search until morning. She would have considered that Victor was a hardy dog of the north, and that he would be fine, probably even finding his own way home. She might have, at the very least, gotten herself a heavier coat, but who could have blamed her for her urgent wish to find her best friend? She kept telling herself that if she just went around this next bend, if she just called out a little further on, her dog would come running. In this way, she wandered too far. By the time she realized she was lost and far from home, night was falling. Soon, Daria was trudging blindly through the twilight. Over tree roots, around boulders, and under low-hanging branches she went, calling out for Victor. In her heart, though, she suspected her dog was nowhere near. As the woods became darker and darker, she realized that the best course of action would be to find some kind of shelter and huddle there until daylight. She soon came upon a small clearing fringed by thickly clustered evergreen trees. Crawling under the shelter of their low-hanging branches, she wrapped her shawl around herself more tightly. Her resting spot provided some shelter from the breeze, and she could see the light from the moon illuminating the scene before her. It was not comfortable, but it had to be enough, she told herself. Leaning back against a tree trunk, she began to doze off. But then something strange happened. The very air around her seemed to quickly drop in temperature, to the point where it pulled her from her chilled stupor. Her nose tingled, and the forest seemed to whisper in her ear. She turned to look behind her over her shoulder, sensing a presence. Or perhaps it was just a change in the atmosphere. When she turned to face the clearing again, she could hardly believe her eyes. Standing just a short distance away, she saw a tall figure. At first, she couldn't make out what type of person it was, but he was arcing his arm to the left and then the right. As he did this, the air around him seemed to sparkle. These tiny, dazzling fragments traveled away from his fingers on the wind. As they touched the branches and the ground, wherever they landed, a new color appeared. Green boughs and green grass turned pristine white. It was as if he was a painter reimagining the forest and making it new. As she stared open-mouthed, he appeared to notice her for the first time. He stopped his mysterious activities and regarded her with obvious surprise. Daria didn't know what to say. In fact, she was quite dumbstruck. So it was he who spoke first. "My goodness, where did you come from?" he asked her in a friendly way. But Daria found her tongue was quite tied.
He really was rather handsome, she realized.
Seeing she had no response, he folded his arms and peered at her, considering the answer for himself. Then he shook his head, as if coming to a realization. "Well, miss, you can't stay here. I'm about to layer this entire forest in a deep winter freeze, and you will not find it comfortable for sleeping." Daria finally found her words and reassured him that she didn't want to interrupt. After all, she thought to herself, being lost in the forest again was worse than just being cold. She didn't want to have to start wandering the woods again in the dark. The man shook his head skeptically, brushing some stray ice off his trouser leg, regarding her for a moment. He shrugged. "All right then, I'll get on with it." Then, rather apologetically, he added, "I really have so very much to do tonight, you see." Daria nodded vigorously and pulled her shawl around herself again. Tucking her feet further under her skirt, putting on a brave face, she said, "Good luck. I'll just go back to sleep." The man retreated to a spot deeper in the clearing, looking back over his shoulder at her once or twice, as if hesitating. Then he began spreading his arms wide again, and a spectacular glittering spray of winter resumed. In the light of the moon, it was like diamonds coated the forest floor and every other surface near him. Oh, but the temperature did drop. Daria was determined to keep her courage up, but it was very, very cold now. Her chin began to wobble as she shivered, and then her teeth made a little chatter. The tall, handsome stranger turned mid-clearing and looked at her, and then he abruptly stopped his work once again. Striding back in her direction, he spoke to Daria a second time. "Miss, you are clearly not dressed for winter, and I fear that this isn't even the coldest it's going to get this evening. Perhaps you could travel homeward to a fire somewhere." Daria knew that wasn't an option. Putting on a very brave smile, she clenched her chattering teeth together and shook her head. "I'm not cold at all," she fibbed. "I like the winter. It's my favorite season, and you do make it so very pretty." The man looked a bit flattered, but then exasperated, he regarded her again, bemused. Then wordlessly, he returned to the center of the clearing. This time, his magical hands let loose the most frigid enchantment yet. Icicles appeared on the tree boughs. Freezing wind gusts made little swirling cyclones of snow. The world around Daria was frosted with dazzling sugar. It was a nose-biting winter wonderland. And Daria was forced to stand and start stamping her feet and rubbing her hands together. She could no longer keep up appearances. She was too cold. Finished with his work in the clearing, the strapping young man returned and gave Daria a kindly look. Then, squinting at her appraisingly, he said, "You are lost, are you not? You have nowhere to go, even though you are freezing here." Daria's face fell, and she nodded her head reluctantly, explaining that she had gone off course while seeking her dog, and that she actually had no idea how to get home. Hearing this, the man's face softened. With a friendly expression, he bowed low and introduced himself. "I am King Frost. I have dominion over the north, and I sometimes even bring our climate to those in the south." Then he winked mischievously and added, People take me for granted up here, but those folks in the warmer climates find me awfully impressive." The girls smiled and responded with a curtsy, introducing herself. But even as Daria put on her best manners, the Frost King could see that this intriguing young lady was looking numb and weak, and he realized he would have to help her if she were to survive the night in his wintry forest. Motioning that she should follow him, he said, "My sleigh is close by, and there are warm blankets and refreshments there that will revive you. Come, let me show you the way." Thankful for his offer, Daria followed a few steps behind him as he crossed the clearing. As her leather shoes sank into the soft, powdery snow, she marveled at how the whole area had been grassy only a short time earlier. Her attention was soon drawn elsewhere when she spotted a gleaming white sleigh tucked beneath the tall trees. It was harnessed to a snow-white horse, and its silver runners glittered in the moonlight. It was so lovely that it seemed unreal. The Frost King casually opened the sleigh door and bowed gallantly, inviting her to step inside. Daria approached gingerly and thanked him, climbing in to find a luxurious red velvet seat draped with wonderfully soft woolen blankets. Eagerly, she wrapped herself up nearly to her nose, trying to warm her face and hands. Looking up, she saw the Frost King snap his fingers. Out of nowhere, a silver tray appeared, holding a steaming mug of mulled cider. With a small cry of delight, she accepted the mug from him, and he smiled broadly. He then closed the sleigh door and leaned against it, as if ready for a conversation. Drawing his handsome brow together in concentration, he asked how she had come to be lost so deep in the forest on her own. Sipping the delicious cider, Daria began telling him all about her loyal dog, Victor, who had slipped out of their cottage and vanished into the woods. The Frost King listened attentively. Then he asked her to describe her house. Was it large, small, built of stone, or built of wood? Did it have a garden with a fence, or a chicken house, perhaps? Daria proceeded to tell him about their cozy wooden house with its steeply pitched roof. Her hands waved delicately in the air as she described the richly carved detailing around the windows, all created with loving care by her father's hand. She told him of the yard, which contained a kitchen garden, a hay shed, and a small barn. All of this, she added, was surrounded by a rustic woven wood fence. As she created the picture in his mind, he couldn't help but smile. Not only was her love for her home apparent, but he knew exactly where it was. After all, he was familiar with every inch of his lands, and there were not many houses to be found. Conjuring a pretty wrapped box from behind his back, he presented it to her with a wink. "I have 2 pieces of good news," he said. "The first is that these will be the most delicious chocolates you've ever tasted." Daria blushed and accepted the box, pulling off the lid while she was marveling at the delicate treats inside. He continued, "The second piece of good news is that I know where your house is, and I will take you home." At this, Daria clapped for joy, dropping the box into her lap. She thanked him effusively and then politely offered him a piece of the chocolate. He accepted one and savored it briefly before seating himself in the sleigh next to her. Daria thought that the Frost King would be cold to the touch, but he radiated something. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. He managed to be both dazzling and comforting as he urged the horse forward and the sleigh gently lurched into motion. She glanced at him from the side. Until tonight. She had always thought of winter as a sparse and difficult time, but meeting the Frost King had changed her view entirely. As she sank further into her luxurious seat, enjoying the feeling of the speeding sleigh, she was keenly aware of him. Her feelings were not cold. They were happy and warm. She couldn't have said how much time passed, because the sleigh ride was like a journey through a magical dream world. The very trees seemed to graciously lift their branches as the Frost King passed, and the forest sang with the gentle song of 1,000 shimmering bells.
The snow and ice he had wrought were like glittering decorations, generously dressing every inch of the landscape with enchantment. And nothing was more complimentary than the bright light of the moon, which made everything appear to glow. For his part, the Frost King was the perfect travel companion. He sang Johnny songs, told her delightful stories about his adventures, and politely asked her about her own life as a woodcutter's daughter. She felt her responses were quite dull in comparison to his fantastical experiences, but she offered what she could. She told him about her father, her stepmother and stepsister, and their life together at the homestead. These details seemed mundane to her, but she didn't want him to stop talking to her. The Frost King found her sincerity charming and thoroughly enjoyed her tales. Most of all, he appreciated her love of the simple life in the difficult North Country where he reigned.
Finally, the time came when the musical shushing of the sleigh through the wintry forest faded out. As they pulled into the yard of her house, Daria felt a twinge of regret. Having started out so desperately, this night had turned out to be the most amazing night of her life. The Frost King got out of the sleigh, opening the door wide, and offered her his hand. "Careful, don't slip," he cautioned with a smile. "Someone has coated your entire garden with ice and snow." Daria laughed lightly and began to remove the exquisite woolen blanket from her shoulders. No, you keep it," he said. "Consider it a gift from me to you." She blushed and nodded, at which he added, "It may be of some use next time you wander into the woods at night." As Daria opened her front door, she was overjoyed to see Victor sitting there madly wagging his tail. "He must have come home while I was gone," she thought to herself with puzzlement as she buried her face in his soft fur and hugged him tight. Then, as she stood and slowly closed the door behind her, she peeked through the crack. She got one last look at the Frost King as he instructed the stately horse to take him away. She could have sworn as he pulled out of the yard that he winked at her one more time. Daria's stepmother and stepsister made quite a show of welcoming her home, as if they had worried themselves the entire night. Secretly, of course, the stepmother was extremely put out that Daria had found a way back, and with quite an incredible story to boot. She would have chalked it up to delirium had it not been for the beautiful blanket the girl now had in her possession. It was so finely made, and she was certain it must have been extremely expensive. The woodcutter returned that evening and listened to his daughter's story with some skepticism. However, his overriding emotion was one of relief.
To hear of Daria's misadventures in the forest was very concerning to him, and he marveled at the idea that Victor would run off into the woods in such a manner. Fixing his sternest look on the dog, he told the beast that he had better not cause his mistress further concern. Then he also added that Victor ought to stop begging for pancakes by the stove. Sitting hopefully by the oven, Victor tilted his head to the side and looked repentant. Life returned to normal, and winter properly commenced in its usual routine. But Daria felt a change in herself. She was prone to spells of daydreaming, and she had thoughts unlike any she'd had before. Prior to her adventure in the forest, she had never envisioned any beyond the humble cottage life she currently led. But her meeting with the Frost King had opened her eyes to marvels she had never imagined. At night, she dreamed of his warm smile and wondered what exciting place he was seeing now. She endlessly pondered what wonders were occurring at the wave of his regal hand. One morning, several weeks after their meeting, Daria opened the front door. The night before had brought a heavy snowstorm. To her amazement, there was a box on the doorstep.
It was beautifully wrapped in shining silver paper and tied with a soft green velvet bow. Bringing the package inside the house, she carefully unwrapped it, feeling as if she shouldn't tear the beautiful paper in the process. Lifting the lid, she found an exquisite velvet cloak inside. It was of a royal blue color and embroidered all over with tiny silver snowflakes. Her stepsister and stepmother crowded nearby, unable to resist touching the beautiful fabric. Daria draped the cloak around herself and leaned her cheek down to feel its softness. Then she hugged the garment closer around her, feeling a surge of joy. She knew that it was a gift from the Frost King.
Even though the cloak itself was a treat, it was his thoughts of her that made her happiest. The arrival of this extravagant gift put her stepmother in a very sour mood indeed. She commanded Daria to put the silly cape away and to busy herself with her chores. Further, she instructed the girl that she must clear the entire front walkway of snow. This last instruction was the most spiteful one, as it was very cold outside, and there was no urgent need to do such a thing. But Daria's good spirits couldn't be ruined. She put on her old coat and completed her chores as if in a dream state. The Frost King had returned to her. As the winter continued, days and nights passed in a monotonous fashion. For the winter in the north was dark, and there were no neighbors to visit or entertain the woodcutter and his family. He was happy with his home and his work, however, and Daria sustained herself with secret hopes that she might see the Frost King again someday.
Meanwhile, her stepsister and stepmother only grew in their envy and discontent. Matters worsened when, following the next heavy snowstorm, another surprise gift appeared for Daria. Opening the door in the first sight of dawn with snowdrifts standing high around the cottage, the girl found a second beribboned package. This one was wrapped in a shining gold paper, and the ribbon surrounding it was white. Bringing the beautiful gift inside, Daria once again unwrapped it carefully in front of her family, as her father watched from his chair by the stove. Her stepsister and stepmother leaned in, eager to find out what was inside. The box turned out to contain the softest, most finely crafted boots that any of them had ever seen. They were richly embroidered in a colorful pattern, and there was a soft wool lining inside for warmth. Daria pulled off a clog and slipped her foot inside one of the beautiful boots, reining in its soft embrace.
It was like they had been made just for her. They fit perfectly. She was too absorbed in her delight to notice that her stepmother was tight-lipped with annoyance. But a moment later, the woman could no longer contain herself. "Well," she said brusquely, "Maria, my daughter, you are going to have to make a trip out into the forest. See what beautiful presents your stepsister gets from this King Frost she has met. You must let him rescue you as well, and then you will have many more lovely, expensive things." Maria gaped at her mother. Surely the woman did not propose to send her out into the cold on such a fool's errand, she thought. But her unscrupulous mother was quite serious. She commanded the woodcutter to drive Maria out into the woods without a coat and leave her there. Daria and her father tried to talk the stepmother out of the plan, but she would not be moved. So it was later that afternoon, he reluctantly packed his stepdaughter into his sled and took her out into the forest, not even knowing exactly where the girl should be deposited. Upon leaving her, he gave her his coat, telling her he wouldn't leave her there long and that she should take care until morning. Maria rejected his offering, saying that his coat smelled like a horse
and that she would soon be showered with gifts from the Frost King. Anyway, unable to change her mind, the sorrowful man shook his head and returned home. Meanwhile, Maria stood in a clearing in the forest, stamping her feet and clapping her hands together. Impatient to encounter the Frost King, she affected her most helpless voice and called out for assistance. Alas, no majestic wintry figure appeared, and all she succeeded in doing was scaring away any wildlife that may have been lingering nearby. As darkness fell, the girl became very ill-tempered.
Where was her rescuer with his lavish gifts and his warm drinks? Why had he not appeared to her just as he had to her sister? No amount of making a fuss seemed to conjure him, and she soon began weeping in self-pity as she huddled under the shelter of a pine bough. She was just about to start walking homeward when she heard the sound of harness bells approaching. Sure enough, an elegant white sleigh appeared, pulled by a massive white horse, and seated in the conveyance was none other than the Frost King. She was sure of it. She had never seen such a dazzlingly handsome man before. He was everything Daria had described him to be, and then some. Not wanting to be overlooked, Maria ran out into the path of his sleigh, ready to play the dames in distress. He stopped to the horse and looked at her quizzically. "What are you doing out here in the depths of winter by yourself, miss?" he asked her, raising an eyebrow. Simpering in a way that she imagined to be attractive, she danced from one foot to the other, explaining that she had become lost and that she was awfully cold. Could he not offer her assistance? The Frost King pondered her question for a moment and looked at the skies as if considering her request. "I have a lot of work to do in the woods tonight, you see," he explained. "But you may ride along with me for a bit, and when I'm finished, I will see that you are returned home." Unconcerned that she might be interrupting his tasks, she immediately pulled on the door of his sleigh, indicating she would like to get in. With a wave of his hand, he made it fly open, but he appeared to do it with slight regret. Although she was disappointed not to be regally handed in like a fine lady, she took her chance to climb aboard. She gently wrapped herself in the fine blanket that sat there, secretly assuming it would be going home with her. After all, this was where Daria's fine woolen wrap had come from. As they started driving, Maria cleared her throat with a sense of importance. The Frost King stopped the horse and turned to her with a long-suffering look. He asked her what was amiss. "Well," she said with a cloying smile, "will you not offer me some refreshment?" A look of understanding crossed the face of the wintry king, as if he suddenly realized a truth about her. Then, with a look of mischief, he conjured up a rustic cup of hot water and a slice of plain bread. Handing it to her on a plate, he told her to enjoy it. Maria was extremely put out. This was not at all the treatment she had been led to expect. Had she come out into these freezing cold woods to be treated like a commoner? No, she reflected with annoyance. She had not. As the sleigh started up again, she cleared her throat a second time. "How long must your work go on?" she asked petulantly. "I am quite chilly and desire to be returned home." The Frost King didn't even turn his head to look at her. Instead, he replied, "Indeed, young miss. I've just realized that returning you home is my greatest priority. For I do not think we'll enjoy the rest of the night in each other's company." Then he added, "Riley, I believe I know where your house is." Maria gaped at this response, greatly disappointed by his indifference to her. As he sharply turned his sleigh and sped towards the cottage, she slumped under the blanket in a sulk. Her mother was not going to be pleased at all.
when she came home without any worthwhile gifts. The Frost King politely deposited Maria at the cottage, but without ceremony, and was gone from the yard before she could even open the door. When she appeared inside the house, only her stepfather and Daria seemed relieved to see her. Maria's mother was rather disappointed that her encounter with the Frost King had been so short.
Her mood only worsened when she saw that the girl brought no gifts with her whatsoever. Even the blanket she had been using in the sleigh had vanished with him at departure. Meanwhile, Dario was filled with relief. Yes, she was glad that Maria had not come to any harm in the wintry woods, but she was also secretly happy that the Frost King had not shown her sister equal favor. The memories of their conversations and the gifts he had given her became Daria's most treasured reflections. She did not want to believe that he offered those tokens to every young woman who happened to lose her way in the forest. Life at the homestead soon returned to its familiar winter rhythm. No more great storms arrived, and before long it felt as though spring was approaching. Although the season of renewal was usually a reason for celebration at the homestead, Daria felt differently this year. She knew that when winter ended, there would be no more visits from the Frost King. This realization left her feeling strangely empty. Still, Daria was granted a reprieve. After weeks of rising temperatures, April delivered a surprise. One morning, the family awoke to a late, heavy snowfall that covered everything in the yard. Frost glazed the windows, and sunlight sparkled across the land. Hoping for one last wonder, Daria pulled open the front door and discovered another wrapped box resting on the mound of snow on the front step. It was wrapped in soft, purple cloth and finished with a silver ribbon. She looked up and was even more delighted to see the Frost King standing some distance away, his sleigh waiting beneath the trees. He was smiling broadly. He was even more handsome than she remembered, and his entire figure seemed to shimmer in the late winter sunlight with an almost godlike glow. Breaking the brief spell, he nodded toward the box and said cheerfully, "Open it." Standing in the doorway, Daria tugged on the ribbon, unraveling the knot. Then she pulled off the lid and gave a cry of delight. Inside was a stunning tiara of diamonds. She had never seen a diamond before, let alone a crown such as this one, and she could only clap her hand over her mouth in amazement. Looking up at the Frost King, she shook her head in disbelief and said that she couldn't accept such a lavish gift. After all, what was a woodcutter's daughter to do with a diamond crown? The Frost King approached her, walking through the snow to reach her door. Then, soberly, he told her that his heart had been captured by a lovely girl he had encountered in the forest, and he no longer wanted to preside over the winter of the North Country alone. Bowing just a little bit with his hand over his heart, he asked Daria if she would be his wife and become his beloved queen of snow and ice. For a moment, she simply gazed in disbelief at the delicate tiara, winking and glittering in the sun. But Daria knew that she would accept. There was no question that this would be her future, and she was filled with joy. For the Frost King was her perfect match in every way. Daria and the king were married in a small, stately ceremony at his ice palace in the part of the world where the snow never melts. Naturally, Victor came along, and he was the happiest dog imaginable. Not only did the royal pet get pancakes at every meal, but Victor was right at home in the wintry palace, as it suited his heavy coat of fur. Of course, being a woman who was also accustomed to summer, the Queen of Snow and Ice continued to sometimes make little excursions to the warmer climes, bringing with her a gust of cool, refreshing air.
So next time you relish that early burst of autumn, or you enjoy a cold rainstorm that gives relief from the heat of summer, you will know that she is near. And know also that she and the Frost King will be coming back together when the time is right to return you to the full magic of a winter wonderland.
The end. Our next story is called A Sleepy Tale of the Three Little Pigs. The wolf potters around his new cottage, half-unpacked boxes stacked here and there. The cottage was a real find, sold by some old grandmother that wanted to move into the village to be closer to her family. The cottage stands under an ancient oak tree. Even now, in the early autumn air, the leaves in the upper canopy are starting to turn from lush green to golden yellow. The thatched roof is cut into neat little scallops above the whitewashed stone walls. A large hydrangea bush with the last of the summer's blue blooms is planted by the front door. An old rose bush climbs up the outer wall under the window. The wooden front door bears a knocker in the shape of a honeybee. Inside the neat cottage is a living room, dominated by a large fireplace. Off this room is a sun-filled kitchen where the wolf is currently employed in trying to figure out where he accumulated 2 toast racks. In the living room are beautifully carved stairs that lead to the bedroom, complete with a large 4-poster bed. The wolf hasn't even begun to think about unpacking up there yet. Kitchen first is decided, then the living room. More than likely, he'll just end up shoving the bags of clothing off the bed and sleeping in his messy room for tonight. Nevertheless, he is blissfully happy at the moment. Outside the open kitchen window, a lark sings brightly. The wolf looks out to admire the old apple tree in the backyard. At that moment, a bit of movement catches his eye. He could swear that something pink just flashed through the underbrush and away. The wolf shrugs and goes back to stacking his teacups neatly in his new cupboard. A few minutes later, the wolf looks up again, having heard a noise that is most certainly not a lark. Something fairly large was definitely pulled through the bushes and out of sight just as the wolf looked up. The wolf tries to remember what the estate agent told him about the neighborhood. It was something about the neighboring plots of land in the woods being sold off to a set of siblings that intended to build little cottages of their own. The wolf suddenly had a marvelous idea. He has a wealth of knowledge about construction, building, and woodworking. He will go over and introduce himself to his new neighbors, offering his services should they ever need them. Surfing the wave of excitement, the wolf looks around hurriedly in the boxes. He shouldn't arrive empty-handed, and he wants to bring them some gifts that will showcase his skills. Finally, he digs out 3 beautiful candle holders, decorated with carved vines and flowers that the wolf made himself. The perfect housewarming gifts. The wolf closes his front door behind him, happy for the chance to get out and explore the woods. As he walks down the path and through the trees, he admires the way the sunlight filters through the leaves and falls like golden raindrops on the ground. The smell of fresh air, warm earth, and late summer flowers winds through the air and around him. The wolf stops for a moment and takes a couple of steps off the path. He's found a thicket of blackberry brambles heavy with purple berries. The wolf spends several blissful moments eating a few handfuls of the sweet fruit. He is sure to leave plenty for the birds and other animals of the woods before returning to the path. It's not long before he arrives at a small wildflower meadow. The tall grass and blooms reach up to his thighs. The flowers are every shade of blue, purple, pink, red, and orange. They sway in the wind as if waving to him in greeting.
On one side of the meadow, many hay bales are stacked as if they have just been delivered. Curious, the wolf steps forward to investigate.
In the middle of the meadow, there are 4 stakes in the ground to demark 4 corners. The wolf can see other smaller sticks with lengths of twine running between them. The wolf studies this for several minutes before realizing that this must be the floor plan for a cottage. He looks back to the hay bales. A cottage made of hay. But how would a builder make a roof or attach the bales together? The wolf contemplates the problem for some time, while busy bumblebees float from flower to flower in the meadow. Finally, the wolf claps his hands as an idea hits him. Being very strong, he starts picking up hay bales 4 at a time and placing them. He works quickly, and before even an hour has passed, he has stacked them so as to make an A-frame house. The pyramid-like structure will keep the rain out, while being sturdy enough to withstand even the worst of the autumn storms. Satisfied with his work, the wolf leaves one of his candlesticks in front of the house and continues down the path. For a moment, the wolf wonders if he sees another flash of pink on the other side of the meadow, but decides it must be a wildflower. The path leads out of the meadow and back into the trees. The wolf becomes aware of a cheerful little stream burbling somewhere off to one side of the path. It isn't long before he finds the next building site. In a small clearing sits a huge stack of sticks. The clearing itself is quite lovely. Large maple trees sit around its border, and the stream cuts through one side. The bank of the stream is paved with large moss-covered stones. A frog ribbits to itself on one of the larger stones. The wolf looks at the sticks and the spool of rough twine that comes up to his waist. None of the sticks are very strong or thick, but a fair few of them appear to be very long. They seem to be pieces of young, flexible willow branches. The wolf measures the clearing using his long strides and does some quick calculations. He supposes that there is no harm in getting the house started while his new neighbor is out. The wolf creates a large circle with the longer sticks. He then uses the twine to weave them together at the top, creating a circular, dome-like structure. The rest of the sticks are woven between these main supports, with an opening left for a door. The wolf makes the entire structure watertight by taking moss from the stream and filling in the gaps. Finally, the wolf weaves together a door and hangs it in the opening. Standing back to admire his handiwork, the wolf imagines what the house will look like come spring. Because all the sticks are young willow branches, they will spend the autumn and winter rooting down into the soil. When the weather warms up again, the living willow house will start to sprout new leaves, covering the structure in the bright green of new growth. The wolf makes a mental note to come back and see the result in 6 months' time. He leaves another candlestick in front of the new door. Straightening up, his ears flick towards a corner of the clearing for a moment at the sound of something dashing out of sight before he can turn around. The wolf shrugs to himself. There are plenty of living things in the forest. It must have been a bird or a mouse. Again, the wolf continues along the path in search of his new neighbors. The sun is past its midday point now, but there are still several long hours until sunset. As the wolf follows the path, he comes across a small wooden bridge over the stream. He stops on the bridge and looks down into the clear waters. Beneath the surface, he can see small silvery fish darting here and there, feeding on the nutrients brought down by the current. A patch of yellow irises on the bank of the stream
attracts butterflies who flutter back and forth between periods of rest on the colorful blooms. Dragonflies zoom up and down the stream, iridescent in the afternoon sun. A few eager trees have started turning their leaves from the green of summer to the warm tones of autumn. The wolf looks forward to sitting in a chair outside his cottage and watching the woods prepare for winter. The wolf crosses the bridge and ventures along the path. He is certain he must be getting close to the edge of the woods. A few miles beyond the woods sits a small village, which the wolf passed through while moving to his cottage. The cobbled streets are lined with Tudor-style houses, all sitting snuggled next to one another. The village square features a small well that is always decorated with seasonal flowers, brightly colored strips of fabric, and silver bells that jingle merrily in the breeze. The wolf turns a bend in the path to find a little girl sitting on a tree stump. She wears a bright red cloak with a hood and carries a basket loaded to the brim with pastries and sweets. She sits with her head in one hand. When the wolf comes closer, she perks up immediately and jumps off her stump. She explains in the very quick tones of young children everywhere that she's trying to get to her granny's house to deliver some goodies, but stopped here because she remembered that her mother had told her something, changed about Granny's house. She's been sitting on this stump for an hour trying to remember what it was her mother said. Was it that Granny's house had shrunk? Or the house had been turned into a giant shoe? Perhaps she said something about the house being made out of candy. The wolf smiles kindly and asks the little girl if perhaps her mother told her that her granny had moved into the village. The little girl's face breaks into a wide grin, and she begins to jump up and down with joy. That's exactly what her mother told her. She thanks the wolf and offers him an apple pastry for his help. The little girl waves goodbye to the wolf and skips down the path without a look back, humming a sweet little tune to herself. The wolf sits down in her spot on the stump and takes a bite of the apple pastry. It's made with the very first of the apples, which are slightly tart, but work beautifully with the sweet cinnamon sugar filling. The entire pastry is wrapped in a buttery, crumbly crust. Before he knows it, the pastry is gone, and the wolf is licking his lips in satisfaction. He gets up to continue his search for at least one neighbor. The path winds easily through the trees. Sweet birdsong drifts on the breeze and chases the wolf along his sun-dappled way. The path does indeed lead to the edge of the forest. The larger, older trees give way to younger vegetation. Eventually, the wolf comes out on the top of a hill that overlooks the little village. The path forks here. One side goes down the hill and through the village. The other curves away along the edge of the forest to a quaint little brick cottage. Assuming that this must be his final neighbor, the wolf heads in that direction. As he nears, he catches a glimpse of pink in one of the upper windows of the building. The front door is made from aged wood with a stout iron knocker. The wolf raps on the door a few times and waits patiently, enjoying the feeling of the late afternoon sun on his long, pointed ears. It's only a few moments before those keen ears pick up the sound of feet on the other side of the door. It opens to reveal a small pig, dressed smartly in a shirt and trousers. The pig looks the wolf up and down before smiling broadly. The little pig asks the wolf if he is the one that has been going through the forest building such delightful houses. The wolf gladly takes responsibility. Around the first pig leaned two other pigs, one dressed in overalls and the other in a plaid shirt and jeans. All three pigs smile at the wolf and speak over one another about the beautiful houses the wolf has built. The first pig reveals that his brothers, upon seeing the wolf's handiwork, ran all the way to his cottage to tell him about it. The pigs invite the wolf in cheerfully and insist that he stay for dinner. The wolf is happy to finally be able to hand over his last candlestick to the first pig, who takes it while exclaiming at the craftwork. The three little pigs and their new friend bustle around the cottage in preparation for dinner. They have the wolf take the scrubbed wooden table outside and set it up in the garden. The three little pigs talk over one another, constantly filled with laughter and jokes. They prepare a dinner, set the table, and make sure that the wolf's drink is constantly filled to the brim. Finally, just as the sun is beginning its descent, the group is ready to sit down to dinner.
There is a huge salad made from fresh vegetables harvested from the garden, an enormous spinach quiche, and freshly squeezed lemonade. The table is laid with a lovely vintage tablecloth, the color of milk, embroidered with pictures of summer fruits. The wolf's candlestick holds the place of honor at the center of the table, with a tall green candle glowing inside it. They all toast the final days of summer. The friends enjoy their meal, while the three little pigs entertain their new neighbor with nothing but exaggerated stories of their many adventures. The youngest brother pig, whose house is made of hay, has spent years working on farms around the world. He knows how to grow almost anything. His connections in the farming industry helped him secure so much hay for free. But for several days, he had struggled with how to turn it into a proper house. He promises the wolf the finest produce from his garden each year in exchange for his lovely new home. The middle brother pig is a botanist who studies plants scientifically.
He has friends who care for a large piece of land with a lake and willow trees. When those friends had to prune the willows to improve their health, they gave the pig all the cuttings. He chuckles to himself as he tells the wolf how helpless he felt trying to build a house out of sticks. He promises his new wolf friend that he will share all the best camping spots every summer. The oldest brother pig says he is simply happy that they have found such a kind and helpful neighbor. The oldest pig reveals that he is a business pig. He tells the wolf to let him know if he wants to sell any of his carvings and crafts. The oldest pig promises to help get his wares to market. They all say cheers once more to friendship and clink their lemonade glasses together. They enjoy the view over the valley, marveling at their luck and savoring this last of the warm days.
The golden light of the sleepy sun casts a yellow blanket over the land. Even the bricks of the oldest pig's cottage seem to glow with a fiery inner light. The sky seems to spread out forever, meeting the landscape on a faraway horizon. The sun makes a break for the horizon, casting a trail of oranges, yellows, pinks, and purples on the fluffy clouds. As the friends watch, the clouds crawl across the sky, morphing ever so slightly to become yet another shape. The sun touches the edge of the world and dips down. The new friends laugh and drink and eat, knowing that this is the beginning of something as beautiful as the sunset. The end. Coming up next, Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. Long ago, in a kingdom blanketed by winter snows, a queen sat thoughtfully by her window. As she watched the flakes drift lazily to the ground, she thought to herself that she had almost everything in the world she could ask for. A loving husband, a beautiful home, and kind and faithful servants.
There was just one thing missing in her life, and that was a child. Gazing across the castle gardens, she saw a sparkling expanse of white edged by the mysterious darkness of the forest. In a moment of fancy, she whispered her wish to the sky. She yearned for a sweet baby girl who would have skin as white as the snow and hair as black as ebony. And her mouth, the queen thought, would be like the bud of a sweet red rose. This wish made its way out into the world, and since it was a more magical time and place, her plea was heard, and her dream came true. Not long after, she held in her arms a perfect daughter. She told the king that they would call the infant Snow White, for it was the winter that had worked its magic to make their dreams come true. Unfortunately, just a few years later, the good queen passed away, and the king was left alone with his precious daughter.
He was heartbroken, but he tried his best to be a good father. And the little girl continued to grow and thrive in his care. And what a joy Snow White became. She was an extraordinarily beautiful child, but more importantly, she was naturally curious, good, and kind. Where other princesses might have become spoiled, little Snow White was more likely to be found befriending the housemaids or following the gardener. She often chatted away at the servants while they allowed her to help them with light tasks. The castle was her entire world. The king was a good man, but he was also young, and he didn't take well to a solitary life. Eventually, he became entranced by the widow of one of his courtiers. She was an exquisitely beautiful woman, with shining hair the color of corn silk and unblemished ivory skin. The woman won his confidence slowly, reeling him in with skill. When Snow White had just turned 13, there was a royal wedding, and the princess gained a stepmother.
The new queen was cold, composed, and elegant.
While there was nothing outwardly wrong with her, the servants confessed quietly to each other that they felt a sense of unease descend upon the castle with her arrival. Even the little breezes that whispered through the corridors took on a new darkness. The mood of the court became one of watchfulness and shadows. The new queen had made a great show of doting upon Snow White before her marriage. In full sight of the king, she took care to exclaim about the girl, praising her looks, her cleverness, and her sweet disposition. But once the nuptials had passed, and she had the crown firmly upon her lovely blonde head, her treatment of the princess changed. To be certain, she never revealed her uncharitable feelings to her new husband, who was completely oblivious to such matters. But privately, the queen began speaking sharply and unsympathetically to Snow White. You see, even though her stepdaughter was still a child, the woman sensed that Snow White was a beauty. Furthermore, she found the girl to be an intolerable distraction for the king, whom she felt should be paying all of his attention to his new wife. Although he showered her with glittering jewelry and lavish gowns, the wicked queen was fixated on establishing her place. Very quietly, in small ways, she sought to diminish the princess, refusing to have new clothes made and neglecting to oversee her education. It was as if she wanted Snow White to slowly fade away while her own star ascended. With no tutors or other distractions, Snow White began to spend more and more time with the servants. Soon, the queen was ordering her to complete some of their tasks. In this way, bit by bit, Snow White became a glorified housemaid herself. It happened so gradually that with all the cares of his position, her distracted father noticed nothing.
Although she managed to humble Snow White in completely ordinary ways, the queen also had a powerful secret. Unbeknownst to her husband, She was skilled in the darkest arts of magic. She used her skills sparingly and always to her own advantage. In order to ensure that she was always the most desirable woman at court, she consulted a magic mirror from time to time. The king thought it a completely ordinary thing, but when he was away in the depths of the night, she would sometimes stand before the mirror and say, looking glass on the wall, who is the fairest of us all?" At this, the mirror would fill with dark, swirling mist, and a wizened voice would be heard responding, "Thou, O Queen, art the fairest of all." Smugly, she would then dismiss the spirit in the mirror and retire for her beauty rest. Matters continued like this until the day of Snow White's 16th birthday. There had been no lavish party, but the girl's father had insisted on a fancy court dinner. Grudgingly, the queen had been forced to provide her with a new gown for the occasion. Even though she tried her hardest to choose an unflattering color for the dress, her stepdaughter had nonetheless looked absolutely radiant. Shutting herself in her chamber at the end of the evening, the queen approached the mirror in a foul mood, wishing to lift her own spirits by invoking the familiar words of comfort. Standing primly in front of it, she said, looking glass on the wall, who is the fairest of us all?" But this time, to her distress, the answer was a new one. "My queen, your beauty still shines bright, but the fairest is Snow White." The queen was surprised by this pronouncement. Yet, as she stood in front of the glass, she knew in her heart that she'd seen this day coming for many years. Pacing her room in anger, she came to a decision. Snow White would have to go, and she would make sure that it happened as soon as possible. Getting rid of the girl seemed childishly simple. While the king was away on business, she would send the princess off into the woods and have her left there to perish. By the time her husband returned and launched a search for her, it would be too late, and only bad luck would be to blame. Using her skills, the queen enchanted one of the kitchen maids, instructing her to lure Snow White into the depths of the forest on the pretense of seeking herbs. Although it was autumn and conditions were cold and windy, Snow White didn't question this plan. The queen made sure that her stepdaughter departed early in the morning with no witnesses, carrying nothing but an empty basket and warmed by little more than her cloak. She and the maid were mounted on a single horse, which would carry them as far away as possible before speedily returning home, with the spellbound maid as its only remaining rider. The queen watched the unwitting pair as they left the castle gates. Then, from a higher tower, she followed them with her eyes until they vanished into the canopy of the forest, its branches waving in the autumnal winds. As they did, she smiled to herself with delight, anticipating her next meeting with the magic looking glass. All would go according to her plan. Meanwhile, Snow White and her maid were completely unaware of what lay ahead. Under the queen's spell, the servant girl confidently urged their horse into the blustery gloom. Snow White pulled the collar of her cloak up around her neck, closing her eyes against the hostilities of the weather. Brown and yellow leaves swirled in their path, and the air bit at their noses and ears. But the maiden insisted with a light tone that they must go deeper into the thickets and into the wilderness. Finally, when Snow White had absolutely no idea where they were, the maid stopped their horse. Pointing down into a ravine, she told Snow White that the elusive herb would be found there. The princess looked at her dubiously, but she'd always had her trust rewarded by the servants. So she dismounted the horse, took the basket, and plunged downwards into the brush. She was disheveled and tired before long, and she called out to the maid. Her only answer was the wind howling through the leaves. Pushing her way back to where she thought she had started, she realized with dismay that the maid was nowhere to be found. Fighting a rising nervousness, Snow White called out. For the first time in her life, she felt completely lost and alone. The afternoon became a blur as she plunged aimlessly through the forest, eventually dropping her empty basket. As she became increasingly tired and exhausted, she felt like she was walking in circles. Her fingers and toes became numb, and eventually, she was overcome by a feeling of hopelessness. Just when she thought she couldn't go another step, she spotted what appeared to be a cabin up ahead.
Wiping the frozen tears from her eyes, she renewed her energy, pushing through the scratching branches until she emerged in a clearing. The windows of the little house were dark, but she still knocked on the door. Although she had been raised with good manners, when nobody answered, she nonetheless pushed the door open. She had to find shelter, or she knew she would not last the night. When she first entered the cabin, she could not make out the interior. The fireplace was cold and dark. However, as her sight adjusted, she could see that she was standing in what appeared to be a bunkhouse. There was a long table down the middle, with 3 seats on each side and 1 at the end. Along the back wall of the cabin, there were 4 identical beds, and next to the door in the front of the cabin, there were 3 more. All 7 of the beds were unmade, and there were crumbs and used plates standing about on the table, along with half a loaf of bread. If someone still lived here, they were not concerned with tidiness, she reflected. She wanted very much to warm herself, so she used the woodpile next to the hearth to start a fire. Once she had a cheerful blaze flickering, and her fingers were tingling with life. Her gaze fell upon the loaf of bread. Until that moment, she had not realized how hungry she was, but she had not had a morsel to eat since leaving the castle that morning. It seemed, she thought ruefully, a lifetime ago. Unable to resist the temptation, she used a bucket of water to wash a set of utensils, and then hastily cut herself a thick slice of bread. Sinking into one of the chairs, which were all oddly small, she ravenously consumed the delicious slice, slumping her shoulders with relief. Then, peering in a nearby picture, she saw that it contained some water. She drank it dry. With her stomach full and the warmth of the fireplace relaxing her, Snow White suddenly felt overcome with drowsiness. Faintly, she thought how she absolutely must rest her eyes for a little while. Casting her eyes thoughtfully to one of the beds, she pondered, just laying her head down for a few minutes. She gingerly laid herself on top of the covers, reasoning that it was the most polite way to nap without an invitation. Then, almost instantly, she sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. Late in the night, the 7 travel-weary owners of the little beds and the little chairs returned home and opened the door. They found a dying fire in the hearth and a strange girl sleeping on one of their mattresses. One by one, a group of stalwart dwarves trooped into the room and then stared in amazement at the sight before them. Whispering amongst themselves, they decided the girl was harmless and that they would not wake her. Instead, they retired, with one dwarf sleeping in front of the hearth, and they waited for morning. The dwarfs were all awakened by a soft exclamation. Many hours later, sunlight danced through the small windows of the house, and the strange girl was sitting up on the bed with her hands covering her mouth in surprise. Rubbing the sleep from their eyes, they rose from their pallets and looked at her in puzzlement. Then the boldest among them spoke.
He asked the girl who she was and where she had come from. For, as he explained, they were creatures of the woodland and unused to seeing many humans this deep in the forest. Coming home from a mining expedition to find a girl sleeping in their house was, well, quite unexpected. In her haste, Snow White tried to explain herself. She told them she had become lost in the forest and had wandered a long way. She knew it was impolite to invite herself into someone else's home, she said, but she had been so cold and hungry. She promised to bake them a fresh loaf of bread. The dwarfs were kind-hearted beings. Though a little awkward and unaccustomed to strangers, they found themselves united in sympathy for the poor, lost girl. Clicking their tongues over her situation, they gathered together briefly and soon agreed. She must remain with them until they could decide how best to help her. Snow White felt a wave of relief and promised brightly to do her best to help around the house. She offered to clean, do the washing, and light fires. She also cheerfully suggested that she could cook for them, though they would soon learn that cooking was not her strongest skill. Still, Snow White quickly showed herself to be very helpful around the home, and she was an eager learner whenever she faced a task that was new to her. The dwarves lived in quiet seclusion, and the birds brought them no news of a missing princess. They made no progress in uncovering the mystery of where she had come from, and so she remained with them, and 1 week blended into the next through the winter, until the 7 dwarves could hardly remember life without her. For her part, Snow White was quite content staying with them. She enjoyed keeping a tidy house. Furthermore, she found that the dwarves were very wise. Upon learning of her scant education, their wisest member took it upon himself to begin evening lessons with Snow White. He produced mysterious ancient books and helped her to learn ciphering. She read poetry and legend. As the months wore on, she became just as intelligent as she was beautiful. Of course, it was only a matter of time before the mirror found her again. A couple of months after the girl had been banished, the queen again stood before the magic looking-glass. Carelessly, she recited the familiar words.
Looking glass on the wall, who is the fairest of us all? She was amazed when it said, My queen, your beauty still shines bright, but the fairest is Snow White. At these words, the queen was livid. She knew at this moment that the princess had somehow survived, and she was determined to find her. She summoned a famous huntsman and tasked him with locating the girl and doing away with her. Not knowing the princess, he had no loyalty to Snow White, and he readily agreed, hearing that a fat purse of gold would be his reward. He canvassed the forest for weeks, consulting travelers, peddlers, and hermits to uncover news. Finally, someone told him that he had seen the girl living in the house of the 7 dwarfs deep in the woods. The huntsman found the cabin, and he observed Snow White working there in a cheerful kitchening garden. She was humming to herself, and even in plain clothing. She was so sweet and beautiful that his heart skipped a beat. He resolved to fulfill his promise by telling the evil queen where she could be found. But he couldn't bring himself to also be the instrument of Snow White's demise. The queen was furious with the huntsman when he returned and refused to pay him unless he completed the entire task. But the huntsman had no change of heart, as he could see that Snow White was a great goodness in the world, and the queen was wicked through and through. When he had gone, the queen set about her preparations to take care of the matter herself. Using her dark magic, she disguised herself as a simple peddler. She brought a few items with her as part of her deception, but there was really only one very important enchanted trinket among them.
It was a pretty hair comb that was stuffed with little sparkling gems. She cast a spell upon it so that anyone who put it in their hair would fall into a deep sleep, eventually succumbing to death. Then, under the cover of darkness, she left the castle with the huntsman's directions to guide her. It was well into the next day when she found her way to the little cabin in the woods. As she approached, she sang a song, beckoning anyone inside to come out and see her wares. It wasn't long before Snow White's pretty black hair and rosebud lips could be seen at the window. Moments later, she cautiously opened the door. Smiling sweetly at her, the evil queen beckoned. "Come and see the lovely things I have here," she urged. As any curious girl would do, Snow White came to the gate to see what the stranger had brought. After showing her a few things, the queen smiled as if sharing a secret and pulled the comb from her cloak. Snow White caught her breath with delight, accepting it into her beautiful hand and holding it up to see it sparkle in the light. "Try it on," the queen whispered. "It will look so lovely in your ebony locks."
Snow White couldn't resist, as she had no such beautiful things and found them fascinating. She inserted the comb in her hair, turning to look at herself in the reflection of the cottage window. But before she could see her reflection, she was overcome by darkness. As if sinking down into the waters of a well, she crumpled to the ground, lying seemingly lifeless in the grass. Laughing with triumph, the queen turned and walked away. She had accomplished her goal. It was many hours later when the dwarves returned from their labor in the hills. When they did, they found the girl in the front garden, lying in a heap upon the path. They all rushed together around her, fanning her face and patting her hands. As still as a porcelain doll, she showed no signs of life. Nonetheless, they held out hope. As they turned her head this way and that, one of the dwarves noticed the trinket in her hair. He commented that he did not remember ever noticing it before. Furrowing his brow, the wisest of the dwarves reached over and tugged the comb loose, allowing a thick wave of hair to fall down on her pale cheek. Within moments, Snow White's dark lashes flattered and her eyes opened. Looking around at the dwarves in wonder, sitting her gently upright, they peppered her with questions. What had she been doing? How had she become faint? Innocently, she related the tale of the traveling peddler and explained how she had accepted the comb. Then, in confusion, she added that she was surprised the woman had left her like that, without even taking payment. All eyes in the cluster of dwarves turned to the item in question. There could be little doubt among them that Philin was afoot. As they helped her into the cottage, plying her with water and food and urging her to rest, the dwarves whispered and muttered amongst themselves. Later, when the excitement was past, they counseled her earnestly not to accept items from strangers again. They knew now that someone had been looking for their princess, and that they might come again. They would all need to be more vigilant in the future, they said, and Snow White would have to be very careful. Wide-eyed, the girl nodded and solemnly promised that she would not be so trusting next time. As it happened, only a few days passed before her new resolutions were tested. She was working in the garden on a sunny afternoon when a handsome young man appeared at the gate leading a horse. He seemed a bit surprised to encounter the cottage at all, and even more amazed to see the lovely young lady who was toiling in the vegetable patch inside the gate. Sweeping his hat off his head, he bowed, looking at her with a twinkle in his eye. He introduced himself, explaining that he lived not too far away and that he was out visiting nearby villages. Looking around as if puzzled, he asked Snow White who she lived with so deep in the woods and why they had not met before. Mindful of her promises to the dwarves, she answered the charming traveler somewhat evasively.
"She lived here as a housekeeper," she told him. Feeling uncomfortable with any sort of fib, she dropped her gaze back to her weeding and told herself the lie was necessary. He didn't challenge her explanation, but merely leaned on the gate and began to chat with her, telling her of his travels and how he loved the forest. Even as she steeled herself against this fascinating new friendship, she couldn't help but become interested in this very good-looking fellow. Soon she found herself sitting up, laughing, nodding, and parrying his comments with clever responses. For she had become a well-read, intelligent girl, despite her innocence. They stayed there like that, with him leaning on the gate and her sitting in the garden, for quite a long time. It was only when the sun grew lower in the sky that she realized the dwarves would be coming home soon,
and she felt sheepish admitting to them that she had been talking with a stranger. The young man sensed her unease and knew it was time to go. So he swept her a low bow and said he thought he might be passing by again soon. This was his plan now, because Snow White was simply the most enchanting girl he'd ever met. Meanwhile, ensconced in her castle far away, the queen was about to make an unwelcome discovery. Standing in front of a dark mirror, she once again confidently posed her usual questions. She said, looking glass on the wall, who is the fairest of us all?" Impossibly, maddeningly, the mirror said, "My queen, your beauty still shines bright, but the fairest is Snow White." Oh, but she was beside herself. She knew that somehow the girl had escaped her enchantment, but she would not leave her work undone. As Snow White and the dwarves sat amiably around a fire, telling tales many miles away, the queen once again began her preparations. This time, she disguised herself as an entirely different type of traveler. She appeared to be a very old woman, draped in a cloak, simply taking fruit to market. A few days later, once again, under the cover of early morning darkness, she set out on the road. This time, she knew the way by heart, and she steadily made progress towards the cabin belonging to the 7 dwarves. She was confident that Snow White wouldn't foil her plans again. The girl was outside, hanging the washing, when the woman passed by. The queen loathed the sight of her with her shining dark hair and her youthful step. She watched the girl happily humming to herself, hanging one little brown shirt after another in the sun to dry. When the old crone called out to her, the princess stopped singing abruptly and turned, showing a guarded expression. "How very hot it is out here," the queen said to the girl. "You must be in need of refreshment." Snow White shook her head vigorously. She would not trust this strange old woman, even though she was not the same one as before. Undeterred by her resistance, the queen reached into the depths of her basket full of fruit. She plucked the most perfect, juicy-looking apple from its center and held it up for Snow White to see. Then she offered it to the girl. Snow White refused, saying that she was most obliged but could not accept food from a stranger. The old crone clucked her tongue sympathetically and laughed in a friendly way. Holding up her finger, she told the girl she had a solution. Drawing a small knife from her pocket, she sliced the apple neatly in 2, showing Snow White the inside. Then she took a large bite from one half, taking care to openly savor its delicious, juicy flesh. She could see the hesitancy draining away from the girl as her young eyes fixated on the apple. Snow White walked slowly to the gate, convinced by the queen's performance. Smiling gratefully, she took the other half of the rosy fruit. After all, the woman had eaten it herself. What harm could it do, she thought.
But she did not know it was possible to enchant exactly half of an apple, tainting it with a spell that would eventually send her to an eternal rest. So it was that Snow White took a dainty bite out of her half of the perfect-looking apple, and once again lay still as death in the garden. Feeling a righteous sense of victory, the queen turned and disappeared back into the forest. She was sure that this time she was finally free of her rival. It was many hours before the 7 dwarves came trudging home. When they did, they were dismayed to see Snow White lying in the path. Hurrying to surround her, they attempted to revive her, pleading with her to awaken. Wise to the queen's former tricks, they turned her head this way and that, seeking a hair ornament. But they found nothing.
With tears in their eyes, they whispered amongst themselves, trying to think of a solution to no avail. One of the dwarves commented sadly that they could not leave her there like that on the ground. They all agreed and soberly stood, lifting her on the count of 3. For even though they were very strong, she was quite a lot taller than they. Slowly, they moved her inside the cottage. As they neared the first bed, one of the dwarves tripped, and she was awkwardly dumped onto the mattress on her side. As the dwarves broke out in bad-tempered reproofs of one another, something amazing happened. Snow White coughed and sat up, putting her hand to her throat. The dwarves instantly ceased their bickering and turned to look at her in amazement. Her flushed cheeks and rosy lips showed that she was once again vibrant and awake. Their clumsy handling had somehow dislodged the poison apple from her throat, and she had escaped her fate for a second time.
When she was feeling better, she got a very stern lecture. Shamefaced, she admitted her error. She explained that the woman had tasted the apple right in front of her. How could she have known? But the dwarves shook their heads and insisted she must not take another gift of any kind, be it jewelry or sweets. She nodded her head in agreement and resolved to do better in the future. For what if the dwarves had not returned home in time, or tripped and jostled the fruit loose from her throat? The outcome would have been grave. So when her handsome young man appeared at the gate again a few days later, she told herself that she would simply not accept any gifts from him. But no lectures from the dwarves or good intentions could keep her from being drawn to his fascinating conversation or his charming good looks. She even let him kneel next to her in the garden and help her with the weeding. Neither she nor her visitor seemed to care that he was rather bad at it. He kept getting distracted as he watched her lovely hands deftly tending her vegetable patch. He thought they must be the most perfect hands he'd ever seen. In fact, he was quite smitten. But many miles away, storm clouds were gathering as Snow White. It was only a matter of time before the mirror once again revealed her secrets. And when the queen found out that her second plan had incredibly failed, she was determined her third should be the charm. Snow White was innocent, but she was not a hopeless fool. The queen knew that she would not accept a third gift, so she devised a less obvious way to deliver her poison. This time, she drew upon a very special type of spell. She found an ordinary metal ring that was so delicate it was hardly visible. With her dark skills, she enchanted it. Although it was really a very plain ornament, to the human eye, it was a great treasure, sparkling with multicolored gems. She made sure it would be irresistible to a pretty young maiden. On this occasion, the queen timed her arrival at the cottage for the dark hours of the morning. quietly letting herself into the garden. She glided silently to Snow White's beloved vegetable patch. Once there, she took the enchanted ring and set it on the ground. Then, as quietly as she had appeared, she exited the garden and melted into the sheltering branches of the forest. Later that day, Snow White cheerfully came to the garden, carrying her basket. She was now much better at cooking. There was a fine dinner planned for the dwarves, and she wanted it to be ready when they returned home. As she reached into the rows of vegetables, however, something winked at her from the ground. Examining more closely, she found the most beautiful ring she had ever seen. It was delicate, and it glittered with the color of every stone she could think of. Red, blue, green, and pink sparkles seemed to constantly appear on it, as if it were a shifting rainbow of different gems. Catching her breath with delight, she picked up the trinket, and before she could even think about its provenance, she slipped it on her finger. Instantly, she fell to the ground. Once again, Snow White appeared lifeless. And that is how she stayed for many hours. As it happened, the dwarves came home early that day. They had finished their work sooner than usual and were looking forward to a leisurely evening at home. But to their dismay, they found Snow White had once again fallen victim to a ruse. Gathering around her, they tried everything. They searched her ebony locks for jewelry. They turned her over and jostled her in case she had eaten something. But it was useless. Soon they were sitting in silence around her, with their hats in their hands. This time, they feared they would not be so fortunate as to stumble upon her cure. Just then, her charming young man appeared at the gate. While this would normally have put the dwarves on the defensive, they were too distraught to care about the stranger, and they didn't complain when he hurried to their side. As the dwarves watched, he patted her face and hands, trying all the tricks they already knew too well. Alas, he was not able to revive her either. It was a sad gathering indeed. As the man took in the sight of his beloved, he was filled with grief. Sadly, his eyes wandered to her beautiful hands. On her finger, he could clearly see that a lovely ring was sparkling. Looking up at the dwarves, he asked if this was a new trinket and if they had given it to her. Puzzled, the dwarves stared at her hand, for they were not human and they did not see the false gems. All they noted was that she had just the thinnest metal band upon her finger. They didn't know what the visitor was talking about. Acknowledging that even this dainty metal ring was new to them, one of the dwarves reached down to her finger and slowly pulled off the adornment. To his amazement, Snow White suddenly took a deep breath and her face flushed with color once again. As a cry of happiness went up among all present, she fluttered her long lashes once, twice, and then opened her eyes. Seeing her alive, the dwarves danced about the garden in happiness. Meanwhile, the handsome young man clasped her hands in his, smiling down at her. And as Snow White raised herself up, she looked right back at him. She fervently hoped that this was not just a dream. In that moment, the two of them realized that they could not bear to be parted, and that something new was beginning. The young man asked Snow White if she would consider being his wife. He admitted somewhat sheepishly that he was in fact a prince, but he hadn't wanted to tell her, fearing it would change her feelings about their friendship and their amusing afternoons in the garden. Snow White laughed, saying that it happened she was also a princess. But then, soberly, she admitted that it didn't seem to matter anymore. She told him how she had lost her way long ago, and that nobody had ever come to find her. She feared that her father no longer cared for her. Very seriously, the prince asked her if she could ever bear to try on another ring. since the last one had not agreed with her. And Snow White teasingly said, yes, she would, as long as she could choose it herself. Meanwhile, the queen did not escape retribution for her meanness. It happened that the huntsman could not live with his feelings of guilt for exposing the princess. He went to the king and told him of the entire plot and of the queen's treachery.
Before long, the king was guided to his daughter and rejoiced to find her alive and well. And so it was that Snow White remained the fairest in the land, and she gained her prince as well. They celebrated with a joyful wedding, attended by everyone in the kingdom who wished to come. Except, of course, the queen, who was not invited. And they lived happily ever after. The end. Our next story is Ariel's Island. The island is a wild, rugged stretch of land in the middle of a dazzling blue ocean. There is nothing else nearby, apart from a few rocks scattered at random across the sea. The mainland lies miles and miles away. This island is so small and so isolated that it does not yet appear on any maps. A sorcerer named Prospero once lived here with his daughter Miranda, but they have since left, and no traces of their presence remain. The island belongs entirely to nature, an untouched paradise. Its only residents are the birds and other creatures that dwell among the rocks and trees. And then there are the spirits. They are as old as the island itself and embody the very essence of the elements. There are spirits of fire, air, earth, and water who live in harmony with nature. Ariel is a spirit of the air. Born from a cloud, Ariel has lived on the island for their entire life. They know every part of the land, from the crumbling rocks of the cliffs to the fine white sand of the beaches. And of course, they know the air above the island. Every morning, Ariel wakes up with the sunrise and soars into the sky. They float above the treetops, then higher and higher, singing all the while. Mixed with the morning chorus of the birds is the soothing melody of Ariel's song, echoing across the island. As Ariel flies and sings, they are almost invisible. Like other spirits, Ariel can take just about any form, but most of the time they're in their natural state of luminescent near-transparency. In the air, they resemble a shimmering patch of light, like a glowing outline of a bird. Ariel flits smoothly through the sky, sometimes visible as a radiant cloud, and sometimes disappearing completely. When Prospero lived on the island, Ariel was kept busy all day helping the sorcerer with various tasks. But now they are free. They can spend their mornings like this, swooping joyfully through the air and admiring the views of their beloved island. From up here, it looks so lush and green. Apart from the rocky cliffs to the north and the thin stretch of sand to the west, the island is entirely covered with trees. There are pines and cypresses forming dense groves, as well as ancient, majestic dragon trees spread among the rocks. Even here, high above the treetops, Ariel can smell their fresh, woody fragrance. The scent travels far in the morning breeze, mixed with the salty air of the ocean. Ariel breathes in deeply, letting these beautiful aromas mingle, spreading throughout their entire being. In moments like these, the spirit is inseparable from the nature surrounding them. Ariel and the air are one and the same. For a while, Ariel drifts lazily on the wind, watching the branches sway below. This is one of the best ways to spend the morning, floating without direction, going wherever the breeze takes them. It's so deeply relaxing. Ariel could even fall asleep right here on the breeze. But eventually, the spirit turns their attention skywards. Gazing up at the billowing white clouds, Ariel decides to play their favorite game. As an air spirit, they command the clouds, making them grow, shrink, or move in any direction. It requires no effort and no magic spell. All Ariel has to do is gently shift their awareness, focusing on the clouds before them.
The air spirit can move the wind and the clouds as freely and easily as a bird flapping its wings. Ariel focuses on a small white cloud directly above the island. First, it spreads outwards, growing softer and thinner towards the edges. Then it transforms into a fluffy ball, then a pyramid, and then a mountain. It gets bigger and bigger, casting a soft shadow over the island. Once at Prospero's command, Ariel created a tempest, a dramatic storm with booming thunder and white flashes of lightning. Conjuring up a storm is easy for Ariel and enjoyable in a way. They like the creativity of summoning great claps of thunder and choosing where to direct the lightning bolts. But these days, Ariel rarely finds a reason to unleash a tempest. Instead, they settle for rain showers or playing with the clouds, just like this. The spirit watches with satisfaction as the mountainous cloud changes shape once again, dissolving into silvery tufts. The pieces then scatter into the sunlight, glowing at the edges. Ariel could happily spend hours like this, absorbed by these games in the sky. Controlling the clouds is like directing an orchestra or painting a picture. It's pure creativity, and it feels so freeing. When Ariel is up here, surrounded by the ever-changing clouds, they are completely at peace. The sun gradually becomes warmer and brighter. The clouds turn from gray to white, and then to gold. Ariel floats in the air below, bathing in the divine warmth of the sunlight. They become so relaxed and sleepy that they eventually let the clouds slip from their control. As much as they enjoy the game, Ariel likes to let the clouds move freely too. The air spirit feels a sense of affinity with everything else that moves through the sky, from the raindrops to the seagulls. So although Ariel has fun directing the air, they know that sometimes it's better to let go. This way, everything can follow its natural flow. Ariel plays with one more cloud, shaping it into a misty spiral. Then they let go and watch as the cloud moves on its own, slowly dispersing into the atmosphere. Until evening, there's nothing Ariel has to do. They are free to spend the day as they like, moving between the elements. Perhaps they'll go from the sky to the sea, or somewhere in between. As they sink down, floating towards the canopy, they catch the scent of the woods once more. It's strong and enticing, so Ariel decides to drift through the trees for a while. The fragrance becomes stronger as Ariel descends. Passing through the branches, they breathe in deeply, identifying each individual aroma. There's the fresh scent of resin and pine needles. Then there are the flowers, berries, and citrus fruits mixed with something like honey. Together, they create an intoxicating cloud of pure, natural perfume. For Ariel, these scents are like a healing balm. They are the smell of home, nourishing to all the spirits that live on the island. Ariel is not the only spirit who lives here. There are many others. Some nature spirits inhabit the caves near the beach or the stream that runs through the woods. But most of them live right among the trees where Ariel is passing through. Now the spirits are invisible, but Ariel can sense their presence and hear their calls. At first, these sounds might be mistaken for birdsong or the hum of a cicada. Some even resemble a musical instrument, the melodic strum of a harp or the long notes of a flute. But in fact, these strange sounds are the calls of the island's spirits as they communicate with each other or sing to themselves. As Ariel floats through the leaves, they hear a familiar sound. It's a long, whistling hoot, like the call of an owl. Ariel recognizes it as the greeting of another spirit who lives in this grove of trees.
They respond with their own distinctive call, a series of high-pitched notes like a siren song. This is how the spirits of the island communicate. They enjoy a quiet, peaceful coexistence, interacting with the occasional call. The spirits tend to keep to themselves, but they acknowledge each other like this with beautiful sounds that reverberate through the forest. Ariel remembers the period when humans lived on the island, as well as the sorcerer Prospero and his daughter. They were the survivors of a shipwreck. These people were mystified by the strange sounds of the forest, as they couldn't understand where they were coming from. Only Prospero understood. After living on the island for years and studying its secrets, he knew that there was nothing to be afraid of. At first, the sounds seemed unnatural, but in fact, they were just as natural as the songs of the birds, the rolling waves, and all the other sounds of the island.
Moving on through the woods, Ariel comes to the cave, which was once home to the sorcerer. Prospero lived here with his daughter, studying nature and magic. It was here that he often met with Ariel, asking for the spirit's assistance. Ariel was Prospero's spy and servant, helping him in every way. Together they created storms and apparitions and cast sleeping spells. But now, there's no sign that the sorcerer was ever here. The cave is empty and has already been reclaimed by nature. Just days after Prospero's departure, the birds and animals of the island took over the cave. They gathered the clothes and furnishings he left behind and used them to decorate their own nests and dens. Nothing was wasted. Passing the cave, Ariel is happy to see how wild and natural it's become. Now there are animal tracks in the dirt and sprawling vines across the entrance. This is how it should be, thinks Ariel. Everything is right with the island, and the world too. After all, for Ariel and the island's other inhabitants, this remote patch of land is their entire universe. A little way past the cave, the trees spread out and the forest becomes brighter. Ariel moves through the pines towards the light. Soon the beach is visible, its powdery golden sand shining in the morning sun. This tranquil stretch of coastline is completely empty. It's so quiet, so peaceful. The only sound is the murmuring rush of the tide. Ariel hovers over the glittering waves. In this light, the water is many shades of blue. There are dark patches of indigo merging into crystalline turquoise. For a moment, Ariel is content to simply float over the waves, watching them sparkle in the sunlight. But gazing into the water, they soon feel the familiar pull, a craving to dive into the blue depths of the ocean. In an instant, Ariel changes into one of their many forms, a sea nymph. Now, Ariel resembles a glowing fairy with a small, human-like body. This shape allows them to swim more easily. And this way, Ariel can fully enjoy the sensation of being in the ocean. As they plunge into the waves, they savor the feeling of the cool water on their body. Although Ariel's favorite element is the air, they also feel at ease in the water, gliding through the sea with the speed and grace of a dolphin. Ariel delights in every moment, spinning and twirling in the clear water. Then, when they start to feel tired, they let their limbs relax and float up to the surface. Here they drift on the gentle waves, looking up at the blue sky and watching the clouds. After floating lazily for a while, Ariel dips their head below the surface once more. They like watching the slow, hypnotic movements of the brightly colored fish and keeping an eye out for treasures. Sometimes they'll find a patterned shell or a shining pearl. Whenever Ariel finds something pretty on the seabed, they dive down and pick it up.
Then they add it to their secret collection of treasures. In a cave near the beach, Ariel has hidden away a box made of driftwood. It contains all the beautiful objects they found on their adventures. Swimming deeper, Ariel sees nothing but schools of fish and long strands of seaweed. Today, there's nothing to collect, but Ariel doesn't mind. They can come back the next day, and the day after that. The sea is constantly changing, and you never know what might appear, carried by the current. Just as Ariel is about to return to the surface, something catches their eye. Nestled in the seaweed forest is a strange brown object. Ariel swims closer to investigate. There's something familiar about this object. They've seen it before, and not so long ago. Brushing away the seaweed, Ariel realizes what it is. It's a large, leather-bound book. A book of magic. Ariel remembers seeing this in Prospero's cave. The sorcerer used it to teach himself spells and enchantments. This was the book that enabled him to communicate with the spirits of the island, including Ariel. But when Prospero left the island, he renounced his magic and threw his book into the waves. And here it is now, deep underwater. Ariel looks at it curiously, wondering whether the pages are still legible. There's a temptation to rescue it and to add the book to lay their collection of sea treasures. But in the end, Ariel decides to leave it where it is. The book is exactly where Prospero intended it to be when he gave up his magic and said goodbye to the island. It represents the end of an era, and it seems fitting that the book should be returned to nature, just like everything else on the island. Over time, below the waves, Prospero's book of magic will slowly be changed by the sea, transforming into something else. Swimming onwards, Ariel can feel themselves undergoing a similar kind of sea change. They feel so calm and relaxed down here. It's a beautiful sensation, feeling the water flow right through them. Ariel can merge into all the elements and feels at home anywhere. They spend the rest of the day in the ocean, swimming alongside fish, turtles, and dolphins. But eventually, Ariel becomes aware of the changing light. The water is slowly becoming darker, turning a deeper shade of blue as the sunlight fades. It's time to return to the surface. There's something Ariel has to do before the day is over. After emerging from the water, they change shape. It's twilight now, and they're almost invisible as they fly over the sand. The only sign of their presence is a slight glimmer in the air as they catch the last rays of the setting sun. Ariel crosses the beach and then enters the woods. It's stark among the trees as the light that filters through the leaves is fading by the second. But here and there are tiny glowing sparks. The fireflies often come out at dusk, providing specks of light at the end of the day. Ariel is guided by the glow as they move through the trees, and the scents of the forest are like signposts too. Breathing in, Ariel recognizes the fragrance of oleander, and then the familiar aromatic scent of a rosemary bush. At once, they know exactly where they are in the woods.
They can easily find their way even when darkness falls. From the insects to the spirits, everything on the island lives according to the rhythms of nature. As soon as the sun sets, every living creature is ready to settle down and rest for the night. Ariel is drowsy too, after a busy day playing with the clouds and riding the ocean current. But every night before they go to sleep, they carry out a special ritual. As the spirit flies through the forest, weaving between the trees, they sing. It's a song without words, unlike any human melody. Ariel's song is more like the call of a bird or a sea creature. At times, it even resembles the jangling chords of a stringed instrument.
The harmony echoes through the trees and beyond. It reaches every part of the island, from the nests of the birds high in the treetops to the burrows of the rabbits deep in the earth. The vibrations of Ariel's song even reached the shallows of the sea, where tiny fish float in the calm, moonlit water. Hearing the soothing sounds, all the creatures of the island experienced the same sensation. As they listen to the music, they instantly feel calm and sleepy. In no time at all, every living thing is sound asleep. Ariel's song has the same effect on the other spirits. Soon the island is still and silent except for the sweet notes of the lullaby. The hypnotic music works its magic on Ariel too. As they drift silently through the forest, the song finally comes to an end. Their work is done, and now it's time to rest. Ariel doesn't have a bed or any particular dwelling place for the spirit. The entire island is home. When it's time to sleep, they can rest wherever they happen to be in that moment. So Ariel continues to glide slowly through the air, feeling calm and completely at ease. They know that tomorrow will be another beautiful day on the island. But for now, they can enjoy the tranquility of the night, floating peacefully in the breeze before drifting into sweet dreams. The story you're about to hear is called The Magic Down. Once upon a time, there was an ancient woodland. It was located in a remote valley deep in the hills and known only to the two families farming the land around it. The few people who knew of the wood's existence called it the Dell. At first glance, it didn't seem like anything special. While walking through the dell, a visitor would see all the usual woodland sights. They'd come across plenty of tall green trees like ash, beech, and silver birch, and a profusion of colorful wildflowers. There were also rabbits, squirrels, and the occasional fox or badger. Nothing out of the ordinary, a visitor might think. But slowly, subtly, Liddell would work its magic. After spending some time amongst the trees, the visitor would notice a change in their mood. They would feel lighter, happier. Every tree, bush, and flower seemed to radiate joy. The visitor could feel this warm energy folding around them like a gentle, soft mantle. The happiness was all around, permeating the air. It could be smelled, tasted, breathed in. Because of its remote location, visitors to the dell were very few and far between. Experiencing the woodland's magical atmosphere was a privilege for the lucky few, like the families who lived nearby. Their houses were situated on the edge of the woodland. They lived in traditional adjoining farm cottages, just a field and a half away from the dell. These families had lived in the area and worked on the land for generations. Everyone felt a deep connection to the nature that surrounded them. In their everyday conversations, they would often remark on the creatures they'd noticed scampering about. From deer to rabbits, hares, owls, foxes, and badgers, the families loved to catch glimpses of all the animals and birds going about their business.
It was a feast for the eyes, a constant source of pleasure and entertainment. And likewise, the woodland creatures enjoyed their own view of the farms and the human inhabitants. The families and their cottages had been there for so long that they had almost become part of the natural landscape. The pigeons and sparrows would often perch on the cottage rooftops. The rabbits, foxes, and deer would linger in the nearby field just beyond the garden gate. It became almost like a game to them. They would try to catch a glimpse of the people who lived inside without being spotted themselves. Inside these farmhouses, the two families lived and worked in happy harmony with each other.
The children were all close in age, so they grew up side by side. Two of them, in particular, became inseparable: Lucy and Amelia. Though they were neighbors, their bond had grown so strong over the years that they felt more like sisters. Now in their teenage years, the two girls were fun-loving, curious, and full of life. Lucy and Amelia loved to laugh and to talk deeply about their hopes and fears, their opinions and their dreams. Their joy was contagious. Wherever they went, they carried laughter and happiness with them, brightening the mood. After school or on weekends, Lucy and Amelia would spend hours walking in the dell. It was where they felt most at ease, exploring winding woodland paths or watching birds and animals. In summer, they often brought a picnic and spent the whole day in the woods, chatting about anything and everything. One warm summer day, Lucy and Amelia were both feeling tired. The school term had just ended, and the holidays had finally arrived.
The girls needed a change and some rest. And although they were tempted to stay home and sleep all afternoon, they knew that being out in nature would do them good. In its own way, it could be just as refreshing as sleep. After assuring their parents they would return well before dark, Lucy and Amelia packed their picnic bag and set off for the dell. It was a lovely, sunny afternoon. Birds sang and glided through the clear blue sky above, and the woodland was alive with energy. It seemed as though every flower was blooming, and every bush and tree was laden with fruit. All the animals were out too. When the girls entered the dell, they caught sight of some squirrels, a hare, and even a woodpecker drilling away at a nearby tree trunk. Although many of these creatures were shy by nature, they were not afraid of the girls. In fact, they appeared almost happy to see them. The squirrels scampered around their feet, while the hare paused in the grass and watched on curiously.
The girls felt as though they were receiving a warm, silent welcome. As they walked on through the woodland, Lucy and Amelia could feel all their stress and tiredness melt away. These peaceful woods were so familiar that being here felt like coming home. With every step, their mood lifted. For a while, the girls walked in silence to appreciate the sounds of the dell. Listening carefully, they could hear the distinctive lyrical hammering of the woodpecker echoing through the trees. Then there was the crackling of dried vegetation underfoot and melodic birdsong. Sometimes the woodland seemed to have its very own language, with the trees whispering in the wind. In other moments, it was more like music than words, a symphony of pure sound. Lucy and Amelia crossed a narrow grassy bank, then passed through a corridor of trees. The leafy branches stretched to create an archway, forming a welcoming entrance to the deepest part of the woods. At last, the girls reached their favorite place, a shady spot under the branches of an ancient oak tree. In the shade of the oak, Lucy spread out the picnic blanket, while Amelia poured out the glasses of elderflower cordial. Then they sat down to drink, rest, and talk for hours. Here in the heart of the dell,
they felt happy and free. They loved the privacy of the woods, where there was no one to eavesdrop or interrupt. But the girls were not entirely alone. The woodland creatures continued to watch them, peeking through the grass or peering down from the branches of nearby trees. As the girls talked, laughed, and shared their deepest confidences, pure happiness floated high into the air. For humans, this was a happiness that could only be sensed, not seen. But for the animals of the dell, it was a tangible, visible substance. The aura of happiness radiated from the girls, taking the form of a misty golden cloud. It spread through the air around them and left glittering trails wherever they walked and on everything they touched. This was one of the reasons why the creatures of the dell felt such a close connection with the girls and their families. The presence of the humans had been so positive, bringing joy to the woodland. The energy of the girls was particularly powerful. They left traces of happiness everywhere. As they grew older and their friendship grew closer, their influence on the forest became even stronger. Lucy and Amelia were completely unaware of the effect they had on their surroundings. They only knew that they were happy, and the cause of this happiness was the company of the other person as well as the peaceful atmosphere of the woods. All afternoon, the animals continued to watch the girls from afar. They never got too close, as they didn't want to disturb their conversation. When they were left alone like this, talking and joking, golden clouds of joy spiraled through the air right up to the tallest branches of the trees. As they watched, the birds and animals chatted happily amongst each other, sending signals throughout the forest. The dell had its own messaging system. For instance, when a hare picked up on the vibrations of someone's footsteps, it would quickly pass on the news to the other animals. The woodpeckers also had a special code tapping out messages on the tree trunks. In this way, all the creatures in the woodland were made aware of any visitors. From the hedgehogs in the undergrowth to the birds in the treetops, everyone was connected with each other. They could communicate quickly and easily as messages were passed from one end of the dell to the other. This network was also used to alert the long-eared owls. At this time of day, they were usually still dozing in their nests, but on the other side of the dell, two wise old owls were just beginning to stir. They'd heard the woodpecker's message echoing through the trees and knew exactly what it meant. As they woke up and stretched their wings, the owls hooted happily. A visit from the girls was always cause for celebration. And once they'd left the dell, there was work to be done. Meanwhile, Lucy and Amelia were slowly getting ready to leave. They'd spent a wonderful afternoon together, but they decided they should get home in good time before the light faded, just as they'd promised their parents. So, retracing their steps, they said their goodbyes to the woodland and all its inhabitants. By the time they emerged from the dell, the sun was slowly sinking on the horizon. Across the field, they could see the silhouettes of the two farms. In the golden light of the setting sun, the edges of the houses seemed to be glowing with their own illumination. And then, one by one, the windows in the houses began to light up. As they got closer, more details gradually became visible. In one house, they could see someone in the kitchen window. It was probably Lucy's father preparing something delicious for dinner. In the other house, Amelia's sister was moving from room to room, closing the curtains. She waved when she caught sight of the girls approaching. At the farmhouse gate, Lucy and Amelia hugged each other goodbye. It had been a beautiful day, but they were both feeling hungry now and a little tired. They were looking forward to having dinner with their families, then a bath and an early night. As the two girls returned home, the birds and animals of the dell also went back to their own nests and dens for the night. They too were ready for a long, peaceful sleep. Darkness fell on the woodland. The moon threw its beams of warm yellow light through the trees and across the fields. The stars twinkled against a black velvet night sky, casting their silver glow across the woods. All was still, except for two long-eared owls who set about their work. First, they flew over to a nearby tree branch, which is where they kept a magical bag. This finely woven bag was made of silvery spider webs. The material was extremely delicate. It was so delicate, in fact, that it could not be used to carry any solid object. Even the smallest, lightest pebble would have been too heavy for the fragile thread. But the owl's bag had been designed for another purpose. The two owls carried the bag between them, hanging from their talons, and then took flight. They flew through the moonlit woods, searching for the route that the girls had taken earlier that day. Thanks to the woodpecker's message, they knew just where to look. As they soared through the trees, the owls used their powerful night vision to scan the ground below. It didn't take them long to find what they were looking for. The silver moonbeams illuminated everything from the branches of the trees to the shadowy outlines of the plants and flowers. The moon also cast light on a magical golden substance which lined the woodland trails. This was the aura of happiness that the girls had left behind. It wound through the pathways of the dell and floated around the trunk of the ancient oak tree where the girls had sat. Here, the misty aura was so intense that it looked as though the oak was floating, suspended by a shining cloud. The owls hooted in triumph. This was what they'd been searching for. Whenever the girls came to the dell, they brought their happiness with them, and they also left it behind. Here, it was scattered throughout the woodland, on the grass and around the oak. They'd even left glittering traces on the plants they'd touched. The tips of the lavender now glowed gold, like all the other scented herbs and flowers that the girls had brushed their fingers through. The owls nodded at each other, then swooped down towards the trail. With their synchronized maneuvers, the owls put on a spectacular aerobatic display. They flew in parallel lines, with the woven web stretched wide, catching the golden aura of happiness. From the cloud by the oak tree to the faint traces on the petals, the owls made sure to capture it all. Every shining speck of happiness was collected in their silvery woven mesh. Once they had gathered everything, the owls carefully folded the sparkling web. It was bulging now, completely filled with pure, joyful emotion. The owls were delighted with their catch. While the girls and their families often brought happiness to the forest, this was the most they'd ever collected. Now that the bag was full, it was time for the owls to carry out the final stage of their night's work.
Still carrying the bag between them, the owls flew higher and higher above the canopy. Up and up they went, as though they were flying all the way to the moon. At last, they stopped to hover mid-air and looked at the moonlit landscape beneath them. From here, they could see everything. All the treetops of the dell, the surrounding fields, and the two farmhouses. The families were fast asleep, and so was the rest of the world, it seemed. All was silent. Nothing stirred but the wings of the owls fluttering in the night sky. After nodding to each other once more, the owls began their final flight of the evening. They soared over the woodlands and farms, emptying the contents of the bag of happiness over everything and everyone below. In this way, the joy that the girls had brought to the dell would be spread all around.
it was no longer confined to the route they'd walked. Instead, the happiness was shared far and wide, all through the woods, the valley, and the hills.
The magical emotion always lingered more intensely at the point of origin. This is why the Dell had such a uniquely joyful atmosphere. Lucy and Amelia had spent so many happy moments in the woodland that it had left a permanent mark and could be sensed by others. But thanks to the flight of the owls, the happiness was spread further throughout the countryside. As the owls circled round and round, the golden aura descended on the sleeping inhabitants of the Dell and its surroundings. Everyone felt it. The birds and animals, and of course the families in the 2 farmhouses. As the shower of light fell upon the roofs, Lucy and Amelia absorbed it all and smiled in their sleep. Little did they know that they were not just the recipients of the happiness, but also the cause. It was a beautiful cycle that would be repeated day after day, night after night. All living creatures could share it with one another. The next morning, they would all awake full of hope and joy. But for now, they slept deeply and peacefully under the magical influence of their shared happiness. The end. Our next story is called Fairies and Giants in the World Above. Michael rubbed his eyes, stumbled to his window, and pulled both of his bedroom curtains wide open. All he could see were miles and miles of blue sky. Occasionally, there was the sound of squawking seagulls and pesky pigeons. The contents of the house jittered as a large gust of wind blew past. The air seemed to whistle slightly as it moved to and fro with a whoosh. For a moment, Michael blinked rapidly, almost expressionless, and then, all at once, he was filled to the brim with delight. He ran towards the bed and leapt, landing squarely on his sister, who was neatly folded in her sheets. "Wake up, Clementine," said Michael. Clementine grunted and rolled over. Michael's excitement nearly prevented him from speaking. "The house is in the sky," he said with a great big grin. Clementine, now completely awake, threw the sheets off of her body and grabbed her little brother's hand. Michael followed his sister as she charged out of the bedroom and down the stairs. Each step let out a soft whine as the two went down. The front door was now in sight. The letterbox creaked as though it were chattering about something exciting. Clementine and Michael placed their hands on the handle of their large yellow door, and after counting to 3, they flung it wide open. It had been exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday when Michael and Clementine's home uprooted itself like a vegetable and gradually ascended toward the sky. Its yellow shutters had flapped and the contents of its kitchen cupboards had rolled on their sides, and Michael, wrapped tightly in his sister's embrace, had slept. Now the 2 children were awake and utterly aruck. They stood beside each other, hands tightly clasped, relishing in the moment. Far off, in that expansive distance, the 2 spotted the beginnings of golden hour. The sun barely lit the edges of the sky, spreading over the heavens like a jar of honey. Michael tugged on the sleeve of Clementine's shirt and whispered that it was better than the stories. Every night, Clementine would read stories to Michael. Stories from the Blue Book entitled The World Above. Michael would never tire of hearing about the first time she'd traveled to the place of the same name, the realm in the clouds, called The World Above. And he loved hearing about how she'd found the book in the first place, in Frederick's marvelous bookshop. The World Above was no ordinary book. It was the kind of book where the illustrations would move like a real person. All the words would nearly dance off the page in excitement, where the pages themselves would glow and dim as you turned them.
The best part was that the stories changed every night.
Michael had a large appetite for the way of life and the traditions of magical words. He could recite every species of toadstool, well, as many as he could remember, and he could recall every land in the world above that he knew of, every magical creature, and so on. Clementine would read until her brother's breaths were deep and soft. Then she would pull the bedsheet so it rested just beneath his chin, and finally, being overwhelmed with love, she would plant a kiss in the middle of his forehead. Clementine wasn't to know that on most of these occasions, Michael was actually wide awake. She would slide off his bed and wander towards her bedroom, always remembering to switch off the hallway light. Meanwhile, Michael would lie there awake, somewhat impatient. Any minute now, he would think. With a whoosh, a gust of magical wind would blow through London. Michael would grab his spectacles off the nightstand and clamber to the window ledge.
Outside, the yellow of Clementine's raincoat glistened in the moonlight as she gripped onto her matching yellow umbrella. The moon would glow in its pale fullness, and the stars would twinkle, almost winking. In Michael's room, one of the smaller windows close to the ceiling was partially cracked open. Through it came the smallest amount of magical wind. Each time the books on Michael's shelf would shuffle, the games on his floor would move, and his pale blue curtains would sway. And in the street, ever so gradually, Clementine would rise, holding on to her yellow umbrella. She would fly to the world above, and she did this not just once, but many times in a month. If Michael ever doubted that it was indeed his sister, he simply peered at the figure's legs, and he would always spot the hem of Clementine's blue and white striped pajamas swaying gently in the wind. Each time this occurred, Michael would be hooked by the prospect of infinite adventure.
He would wait until his sister rose so far and so high that he could no longer see her. Even then, his hands remained clasped and his knees still bent on the cushioned windowsill, while his eyes were a little misty from wonder. But at last he would yawn. The thrill of his excitement was always mellowed by the need for sleep. And so the boy would clamber onto his bed. Swaves of moonlight would paint his floor walls and blankets. The boy would wish on a shooting star for the only things it made sense to want. A safe journey for his sister, enough bedtime stories for the rest of his life, and an adventure of his own one day. And for a moment, everything was still. He felt his body relax entirely as he drifted off into slumber. The day before Clementine and Michael's home was plucked from the earth, Clementine didn't visit the world above. Instead, she and Michael lay on their bellies on Michael's bed with the duvet pulled over their heads, reading as many stories as they could, collecting law and tales as if they were pennies at the bottom of a wishing well. Time ticked away, and Michael's bedroom, once awash in gray and blue, warmed in the orange sun. They only awoke from their slumber when the mother and father called them from downstairs. The two sleepy-eyed children wandered down the stairs and discovered that their parents would be out for the evening. Clementine, being the oldest, was in charge. Shortly afterwards, their parents left, and Michael and Clementine went back to bed. It was no wonder the children felt nothing as they slept. When the house swayed, it did so gently, and when it needed to stop, it did so gradually. Now the large yellow front door swung from side to side. The children stood in disbelief as the wind blew through their clothes down the hallway and through the rest of the house. Michael stuck his head out to the door. His hair flickered back and forth across his face. Yes, he thought, sky in every direction. Clementine guided her curious brother back inside and instructed him to pack a bag. Michael nodded and disappeared up the stairs. As Clementine stuck her head out the door, she had the same thought as her brother.
sky in every direction. With a smile, she closed the door. Moments later, streams of clouds forced their way into the house through the open windows. Michael was beside himself with confusion. They looked like clouds, but they didn't feel like clouds, and they were pink. Clementine explained that it was candy floss and that he should get his things together. They were close. It was at that moment that the children felt the house sink down. Outside, they heard the sound of someone chatting excitedly. Michael pushed his feet into his shoes and looked at the letterbox. He asked if it was the one making the noise.
The letterbox lifted and shut in protest.
Then, there was another sound. Knock, knock, knock. The two children glanced at one another, slightly puzzled. The chattering went on. Clementine turned the door handle and pulled it open. "Isn't it simply marvelous?" said Timothy. "Look, your whole home here in the world above." Clementine looked at the boy. Even though Timothy had guided her through her first visit to the world above and many visits since, she still found him rather unusual. Before Clementine could reply, Michael tugged gently at her sleeve. In a soft, mouse-like voice, he said that perhaps it was a good thing their house had traveled to the world above. After all, they would not both fit on Clementine's umbrella. Clementine's face soon softened into a smile. "Maybe you're right," she said, ruffling her brother's hair. Timothy gazed at the two siblings in amazement. Clementine had often mentioned her younger brother during her many visits to the world above, but the two boys had never actually met. Timothy smiled and held out his hand for a handshake, but Michael shook his head. A look of understanding crossed Timothy's face, and he raised his palm. In the books he had read about the world below, he had learned that people did something called a high five. Michael laughed softly and returned the gesture. Then he went to look for the World Above book. It was hidden in a tuft of candy floss. A small note slipped out as Michael flipped through the pages from cover to cover. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down and picked it up. The note read, "Hello, Michael. Welcome to the world above. I'm sure you're going to have a wonderful time here. Remember, Timothy is here to answer any questions you may have. Try to keep up. He is a very fast talker. And to get around, well, Timothy will explain. Good luck." Michael smiled and tucked the note in his pocket. Timothy was pleasantly surprised that the traveling winds had not only transported Clementine, but Michael as well. He said that they had a wonderful adventure in store and that everyone should close their eyes. Clementine nodded and copied Timothy, closing her eyes. Timothy cleared his throat and whispered that everyone had to do it or they'd be stuck. Michael huffed and eventually copied the other two children. A moment later, they heard a toot-toot sound, and then again. Toot-toot! A steam train steadily chugged towards the three of them. Michael turned to look behind. The house had been replaced with a train station, and next to him was a sign in bold letters that read, "Pickup Point." Michael nearly had to be lifted onto the train. He had taken a liking to watching his feet sink into the candy floss like it was snow.
The doors closed, and the train gradually began to pick up speed as the three were whisked away to their next destination. Settled in their seats, the children chatted away. Timothy was delighted that he had found someone who was just as invested in the wide variety of toadstools in the world above. But soon the conversation with Michael was being conducted in between sighs and yawns. To Clementine, the surroundings were familiar. All the mahogany, the gold inlaid in the wood paneling, and the plush seats and wide windows. Michael peered at the wood in the cabin. It was the color of caramel, but his fatigue dampened the desire to sink his teeth into it. Meanwhile, clickety-clack
went to the train. Continuous and soft, the train wheels rolled over the spaces in the tracks, and it became the strangest of lobbies. Clickety-clack, crickety-clack. Timothy, Michael, and Clementine sank heavily into their plush seats.
To and fro the carriage went, not so harshly as to stir the three, but just enough to rock them into sweet slumber. All that could be heard were a gentle sighs of the three children as they kicked off their shoes, lay on their sides, and tucked their knees close to their chests. Michael and Clementine shared a seat, while Timothy laid down on the opposite one. When he peeked at the brother and sister, he realized that they were shivering. So he snapped his fingers, and 3 woolen blankets draped themselves over each child. Michael opened an eye and looked at Timothy. "Thank you," he whispered, before closing his eyes once more and drifting back to sleep. Sometime later, Michael awoke. He glanced out the window at the ever-unraveling tufts of pink fog. Something small and light glowed on the outside edge of the window. It glowed brighter and brighter and brighter still. Then it teetered along the edge of the train window and began to float away, as though it were a speck of dust. Michael grabbed the Word Above book and gently shook Timothy and Clementine to wake them up. They gradually rose from their slumber. Clementine called for her brother, but he had already stepped off the train and into a foreign, exciting land. Timothy and Clementine looked at each other, and then excitement began to brew within them. Timothy stood and held out his hand as he had done so many times before. Clementine smiled and grasped it, feeling the call of adventure. Hand in hand, the boy and girl wandered off the train. Standing just in front was Michael, who turned to face the two of them and gestured for them to follow. The smell of pine and oak filled Clementine's nose. She could barely see beyond the dense foliage of the bushes and trees, which was so green they seemed almost artificial. As Clementine ran through the trees, she brushed her hands against their bark. To her amazement, the wood flaked off into her hand in crumbly pieces. Hanging off the trees were pieces of fruit that looked so deliciously scrumptious. Pears, apples, and mangoes, big, glowing, and rich. Just as Clementine began to approach one of the trees, Michael and Timothy stopped in their tracks. A spot of light began to glow in the distance. As gradually as the sun set, warm, gentle, and hazy. Then another light, and another. The lights drifted back and forth on the horizon. The children couldn't help but move closer. Clementine plucked a large, low-hanging mango and joined the other children. They stood, shoulder to shoulder, enraptured by the display. With breathless excitement, Timothy said that they were at Fairy Hill, or the land of the fairies. And then all of a sudden, something appeared on Michael's shoulder, the small, glowing figure of a woman. Clementine looked closer and saw that the creature had wings. The fairy balanced on Michael's shoulder and then hopped closer near his neck. She whispered something into his ear. Michael chuckled and said that, yes, the other two were friendly. As the fairy giggled, a warm light poured all over the forest, which was greater than any the children had ever seen. And they saw that they were indeed on top of a hill. The slope of Fairy Hill was dotted with wide, looming trees of all varieties. Each was hollowed out to make little homes for the fairies. The same decorative features repeated across the landscape. Mushrooms of every color, fallen trees that were also hollowed and covered in moss, tiny wooden shutters, and brightly colored window panes. The fairy, once a small, glowing thing,
now morphed into a full-sized human. She shrugged her shoulders slightly, and her wings, dainty and translucent, folded shut. The three children were taken aback. Just like the fairy, the world above book began to glow brightly. Michael felt the warmth grow in his palms. He opened the book and watched a small line of printed text appear along the top of the page. It said, "And the fairy godmother met Clementine, Michael, and Timothy on Fairy Hill. She granted them safe travels and permission to eat the fruit of any tree they desired." An illustration of the three children and the fairy godmother appeared below the text in gorgeous, saturated color. Michael grinned at the fairy godmother, who smiled back. She said that she wouldn't keep them for long because the clock was ticking, and soon they needed to get back home. Timothy stood next to Michael in awe of the open book with its new words and illustration. Clementine had already left the two boys and wandered over to a tree. She plucked another large mango, admiring its size. It didn't even fit in her hand. Clementine glanced at the fairy godmother for permission, who simply winked at the three children and fluted away. Needing no more invitation, Clementine sunk her teeth into the fruit. So sweet was the flavor. It was quite an experience. After closing the book, Michael slid it into his rucksack, and the two boys approached Clementine. Michael grinned at his sister and then stood perplexed as he glanced around the forest. There were all kinds of fruits that Michael couldn't name and which certainly didn't grow in England. Timothy had already taken on the task of climbing a palm tree. Clementine paused from eating, and she and Michael looked up. Timothy sat casually on one of the large, waxy leaves of the palm tree, and he hollered, "Look out below!" 3 huge coconuts tumbled through the leaves and down the trunk. They landed gently on the lush grass with a plop. Timothy slid down the tree, and the 3 of them crowded around the coconuts. The sun in Fairy Hill was beginning to set. Looking at the coconuts, Michael scratched his head. How are they going to move and open 3 massive coconuts? Timothy grinned and clicked his fingers. He knocked the coconuts on their sides, told everyone to spin around 3 times, and then clapped his hands. To the siblings' surprise, the coconuts shrank, then popped open. Timothy reached into his very deep pockets and pulled out 3 straws. 1 yellow for Clementine, 1 blue for Michael, and 1 green for himself. The 3 children greedily sucked on their straws until they heard a familiar sound, the gentle hum of the train's engine. It was time to travel to their next destination. And soon they found themselves back in the plush seats of the train, quietly enjoying the contents of their coconuts. The liquid was slightly thicker than the consistency of water, and it was cool, refreshing, and sweet. Michael said he didn't even need to know what he was drinking because whatever it was, it tasted heavenly. Clementine and Timothy laughed so suddenly they both blew bubbles in their drinks. Just as before, the children were entranced by the unraveling of the cotton candy beyond the window. Their voices became quieter as the movements of the train mellowed their excitable natures. And once more, shoes were kicked off and blankets were spread over their small bodies. Every once in a while, a gold self-service trolley would roll back and forth through the train. It would stop by each cabin and let out a little squeak as if to say, "Would you like anything?" Seeing that it was supper time, the children collected bowl after bowl of stew and roast dinner with gravy and cake and custard. The trolley returned to collect their bowls and then scudded away to the next cabin. Moments after the children arrived at their destination, a strong wind swayed the train back and forth. The children wandered outside, away from the lingering smell of cake and roast dinner. Clementine looked up and saw a tall, long brown object. There was no going around it.
It was as long as the train, and the train was rather lengthy.
Michael asked if he could poke it. Clementine frowned and said that he shouldn't. She turned to Timothy and asked if he had any ideas. But before he could respond, the object began to move. Was it breathing? Michael looked at Clementine and Timothy. He had poked it. Clementine grabbed the boys' hands as the three braced themselves to run. But then, all of a sudden, they heard booming laughter, and they looked up. Timothy started laughing too. It was Pemble the giant. Clementine smiled as she remembered. Once, a very long time ago, Pemble's giant daughter had mistaken her for a toy, and Pemble had intervened. Afterwards, it even got her on the right path home. Clementine tilted her head. Pemble was lying down, which was most certainly the reason that she had not recognized him. Pemble said that it was lovely to see Timothy and Clementine again, and to meet little Michael.
The giant rolled onto his side and propped up his head with his arm.
He said that after work, he liked to come down to the valley and watch the tiny trains pass through the land of the giants, but this time he had accidentally fallen asleep. While Timothy, Clementine, and Pemble reunited, Michael dug into his bag for the World Above book. He opened its creamy, thick pages, and an illustration appeared on one of them. It was a moving image of Timothy and Clementine on either side of Pemble's shoulders, traveling through different lands. Michael remembered Clementine telling this story. He closed the book and looked up at the giant. Pemble was explaining that he had to collect something from the land of dreams. He wondered if the three children would like to join him. Michael looked at his older sister with pleading eyes, as did Timothy. Glancing at the setting sun, Clementine relented. She said that maybe they had time for one more adventure.
So, one by one, the children hopped into Pemble's very large hand, and from there, they were lifted onto his shoulder. Just as he had done a long time ago, Timothy pointed out every town, city, and land. Clementine and Michael were amazed at how much there was left to learn about the world above, and they listened attentively. Timothy drew the siblings' attention to what was here, there, and everywhere. Clementine couldn't help but chuckle at her friend. Being a giant, Pemble's strides were rather huge, and they were in the land of dreams in no time at all. Pemble set the three children on a cloud, and a smile appeared on his wide, round face. He said he needed to visit a certain town in the land of dreams, and that he would be back soon. The children nodded and thanked him for the journey. As the giant walked away, his chuckles could still be heard from quite a distance. While the children waited for Pemble's return, they decided to explore their surroundings. Just as Michael suspected, the clouds tasted of candy floss.
Though, regrettably, he was so full from supper, he could only eat a single bite. There were ladders in between the clouds that could be climbed on. Timothy chose the cloud at the top, so the three climbed the ladders until they reached Timothy's favorite cloud. It was separated into 3 stripes of pastel colors: yellow, blue, and green. Each child chose their favorite color and laid out flat like a pancake. There were only multicolored clouds as far as their eyes could see, and the sky, well, it was no longer blue. It was tinged both pink and orange. Timothy was beginning to explain that the clouds could induce different dreams, but before long, sleep claimed him. And then it claimed Michael and Clementine too. The World Above book flipped itself open to a page where there was an illustration of the land of dreams. And without being asked, the book began to play a lullaby. The children's breaths became deep and soft, and they slept beneath a multicolored sky. Pemble soon returned to find 3 sleeping children. He gently plucked the cloud from the sky and smiled down at them. "I'll get you home," he said softly. And with only a few strides, Pemble arrived at Treehouse Town, where he placed Timothy in the arms of his mother. And with a few more strides, Pemble arrived at the edge of the world above, where Clementine and Michael's house had landed. As if it were a doll's house, Pemble opened a window. He then placed the children on the bed in Michael's room and covered them with the duvet. Pemble shut the window softly, touched the house on its side, and said, "You know what to do." The shutters and the letterbox opened and shut in response, and the house sank in the clouds, descending through the sky just as before. When the house swayed, it did so gently, and with a soft thud, it landed exactly where it had been built. Michael and Clementine's parents arrived home to sweeping children. Their father was sure he had spotted a flying house with a yellow door on their way home, but it must have been his imagination. He dismissed the thought entirely and left his children to sleep. And in the early hours of the morning, the World Above book slid out of Michael's bag and flipped to a blank page. A small line of printed text appeared at the top. "Thank you for visiting, Michael and Clementine. We can't wait to have you back again. But for now, dear children, sleep well." The end. The story you're about to hear is called Up the Beanstalk. Jack sighed and watched his warm breath turn into white mist in front of him. For a moment, it clouded his sight, and he stood there, watching it slowly dissolve into the air. High above, the moon shone brightly, lighting up the world below. Like a great, gleaming ball of magic, his mother would say. He smiled as he heard her words echo in his mind. The sky overhead was adorned with the sparkling lights of 1,000 stars. Something so beautiful had to be magic, he thought to himself. In that moment, perched on a stool outside his house, Jack felt as though he were alone in the universe. It was not a lonely feeling, though, because he sensed a kinship with the moon and the stars. Instead, it felt like a pause from the busyness of the day, a gentle moment of calm. The world around him was quiet, save for the soft chirping of evening crickets whispering through the grass. As he gazed up at the dark canvas, completely illuminated by the twinkling lights, he noticed one star that seemed to have slipped from its place in the sky. "A shooting star?" he breathed. The last time Jack had seen one, he had been very young, and he and his mother had been enjoying a midnight picnic together. They would spend evenings like this one, staring up at the sky after milking the cows and working in the garden. When they were lucky enough to spot a shooting star, they both made their wishes and went to bed, hoping it would come true while they slept. Quickly, he shut his eyes tight, but he couldn't focus on just one wish. His mind was whirling with the possibilities. So before he opened his eyes, he concentrated on his number one desire, the one that he wanted more than anything else in the world, more than a feast of all his favorite foods and a bed of clouds, or a year of just summer and no winter. He wished for joy to fill the hearts of both himself and his mother. After making his silent wish, he noticed a chill in his fingers and toes. It was time to go back inside, warm up, and get ready for bed. The house that Jack and his mother lived in was very old and not in the best shape. The roof sometimes leaked, and the outside could use a fresh coat of paint. It was also quite compact. The stairs that led to his little room in the attic creaked with every one of his gentle footsteps, and he hesitated, not wanting to wake his sleeping mother. When he was sure he could hear peaceful breaths coming from her room, he continued up to the very top of the house. His curtains were open, and the moon shone brightly in his room. It illuminated his bed like a beacon, calling him to rest. He barely had time to take off his shoes and get into his pajamas before he fell into bed and surrendered to the promise of sweet dreams. The next morning, Jack awoke before his mother, so he decided he'd collect some eggs and then make her a special breakfast. Their old chicken didn't lay eggs often, so Jack hoped, as he pulled on his shoes, that she had a treat for him that morning. Outside, the world had come alive. The quiet nighttime universe had disappeared, and now there were birds singing their morning songs. Horses could be heard trotting along the path not too far from his house, with humans sitting atop them going about their daily business. The world bustled with activity and danced with color too. These early spring days sparkled with a vibrance Jack had missed. Sunlight brightened the garden. It showed off the promise of budding flowers blooming within the green grass that just a month ago had been covered in a blanket of snow. Pausing for a moment, Jack took a deep breath. He looked around with wide eyes, drinking in the change. The morning air nipped at his cheeks and nose and turned them red. Although it was spring and the sun had begun to warm his small corner of the earth, the air was still crisp, as though winter hadn't yet finished packing its bags. Revitalized by the fresh morning, Jack walked over to the chicken coop with a happy bounce in his step. Today would be better than yesterday, he promised himself. He had begun to plan out his list of chores when something strange caught his eye. There, rooted deeply in the ground where he had made his wish on a falling star last night, was a plant. But it wasn't any ordinary plant. It was a beanstalk, magnificently tall and strong. 4 vines, which seemed to be 3 times as wide as Jack, shot up from the ground and wound around each other, giving them the appearance of a thick rope. The vines stretched high up into the sky, higher than the top of Jack's house, higher than the tallest tree he had ever seen. So high, their tops disappeared into the puffy white clouds above. The clouds themselves looked magical too, like melting snow that would fall apart in your fingers if you touched it. Jack froze where he stood. This must have happened because of his wish. This magical beanstalk was the answer to everything. He felt its pull tugging at his heart. Whatever lay beyond the clouds was calling to him. Like a magnet, Jack was drawn to the beanstalk. All thoughts of collecting eggs for breakfast were quickly forgotten. He reached out a hand and touched the surface of the vine. It was smooth and sleek and reminded him of the expensive silk his mother had always dreamed of wearing. Little offshoots sprouted from the twisted stalks and formed the perfect ladder. Jack's nimble feet easily reached from one rung to the next. This couldn't just be a happy coincidence. He thought this beanstalk was made for him. With a renewed sense of hope, Jack began to climb. All around him, the air was filled with the earthy aroma of ripe tomatoes, cucumbers, and bean sprouts. Jack found himself breathing in the tantalizing scent. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, his stomach growling in recognition of the delicious smells. He wondered if he could take a bite out of it. Hesitantly, he opened his mouth and took a tiny nibble out of one of the thick vines.
It felt like biting an apple, and the crunch echoed in his ears. The flavor wasn't anything like an apple, however. It tasted exactly like the color green. As Jack climbed, he noticed that his surroundings were changing. The air grew thick and heavy and tasted like summer. Warmth clung to him as though the sun was radiating its brilliant beams directly onto his skin. He couldn't see the sun, though, just a mist that swirled around him. The only things that were visible were the beanstalk and his own hands. He stopped to get his bearings. Clinging to the vine, he rested his foot in a little nook. Beads of sweat decorated his forehead, and with a tired hand, he wiped them off of his face. What he really wanted was a cold glass of water. Just then, a voice boomed down to him from above. "Hey, you there," the voice said, causing the beanstalk to tremble slightly from the loud vibrations. "Are you okay?" Jack stood still, frozen against the stalk. Then, with a timid voice that sounded like a whisper in comparison, Jack called back a little hello. Within moments, a large hand swooped down to meet him. The hand was huge, bigger than a horse and carriage. Jack stared at it. "Hop on," the voice boomed. Jack paused for a moment, and then finding his courage, he leapt into the palm. Gently, it carried him up the bean-toe, and past the great big leaves that hung near the top. For the first time since he had begun to climb, Jack allowed himself to look down. He saw nothing. The world below him had completely disappeared beneath a curtain of mist. It was just Jack, the beanstalk, and the very large hand. Here in this strange new world, his mind drifted to his mother. He imagined her still tucked up in bed, and he hoped that she was comfortable. Finally, the hand stopped moving. It placed Jack down on solid ground. Looking up, he found himself standing before the largest man he had ever seen in his life. "You're a giant," Jack whispered. He had heard tales of them before when he was much younger, about how humans and giants had once lived peacefully together on the ground. But one day, the giants started to grow taller and taller, and soon they were so big they accidentally stepped on things they shouldn't have. Everything had become too small for them. So they gathered up their things and moved to a faraway land. No one knew exactly where they went, just that the humans had a lot of cleaning up to do once they were gone. Now Jack saw the stories were true. Giants did exist and were very large indeed. "Hello," the giant bellowed, giving Jack a friendly smile. The power of his voice made Jack fall backwards onto a pile of straw. "Oh, I'm sorry," said the giant, dropping his voice to a whisper. "I haven't been around a human in so long." His large green eyes peered down at Jack, the way Jack might look at a cricket he had caught in his garden, curious and intrigued. The pair stared at each other for a long while before the giant whispered once more. "How did you find the beanstalk?" he asked. Jack shrugged. "I made a wish on a shooting star," he said. Behind the giant stood an enormous white castle. It looked old and not very well kept. Tall green vines climbed up it and curled around the stones that jutted out. It had the potential to be quite a charming home, Jack thought, but it was far too messy at the moment. Surrounding the castle were clumps of weeds. Some of them were taller than Jack, and he was sure that if he were to go wandering around them, he would get lost. Still, beautiful roses sprouted from within the tangle, and sunflowers bloomed brightly near the stone walls. "Where am I?" Jack asked, turning his gaze back to the giant.
The giant glanced around the wild garden. "We're outside my house," he said. "I was going for a walk when I noticed this." He gestured to the tip of the beanstalk that poked out from a gaping hole in the ground. "Then I saw the top of your little head." The giant gave Jack a toothy grin, and Jack smiled. Even though the giant was very large, Jack felt at ease with him. He seemed quite friendly. He knew how strange this was, that a whole world should exist in the clouds above his home. But for some reason, Jack was completely comfortable. He was calm and excited at the same time, but not even the tiniest bit afraid. Jack told the giant his name. The giant crouched down and returned the courtesy, introducing himself as Blunderbore. Even sitting on the ground, Blunderbore was still much taller than Jack, who had to scooch backwards in order to see him properly, and not just parts of his hands and feet. Blunderbore offered Jack a sip of water, which he had to drink out of a single rose petal. As the giant had no glasses small enough for Jack to lift, Jack thanked him for his kindness and asked if there was anything he could do to return the favor. The giant thought on this for a moment and then spoke. "I've been trying to take care of my garden, but it hasn't been easy by myself," Blunderbore said. "And now I've gone and lost my favorite pet." Blunderbore had a very special goose who'd run off into the weeds this morning. The giant's eyes began to fill with large tears. Jack could only imagine what giant tears would do to the ground around him. Perhaps they would flood the entire garden, he thought. Jack jumped up. "I'll help you find your goose," he said. "I've always been good at finding things back home," and before Blunderbore could say a word, Jack disappeared into a dense cluster of weeds. As Jack walked, he felt as though he were lost in the middle of the deep, dark woods. Except instead of being surrounded by large, lumbering trees, he was swimming through tickly grass and flowers tall enough to reach the bottom of his nose. Jack pushed away the head of an enormous daisy, whose big white petals completely obscured his view. His feet squelched in the mud, and he assumed that the giant had been crying before, as he was sure it hadn't rained today. The sky above was sunny and clear. Everything around him was green. Tall, thin, sinew weeds of green. The world smelled green too, like moss and spring grass. He felt as though the earth had swallowed him up, and now he was part of the elements. He was just like a blade of grass, but with legs and hands. Now that Jack was in the middle of the weeds, he wasn't sure where to go. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he heard his mother's words of advice in his head. "When in doubt, listen to the wind," she always told him. So that's what he did. With his eyes still closed, Jack reached out his hand and allowed the weeds to brush the tips of his palms. They tickled him softly, as though welcoming him to their little world. He felt the direction they swayed. Smiling, he started to walk. He wasn't sure exactly where he was heading, but his heart seemed to know the way. It felt like when he'd climbed the beanstalk, he just hoped he was right again. As Jack walked with his eyes closed, the grass seemed eager to embrace him. On either side, the blades bent around his body. Overgrown flowers gave him shade when the sun got a little too bright. From time to time, he was dusted with a yellow pollen nestled in the center of the flowers. It made him smile and wrinkle his nose. He always sneezed when this happened, but he enjoyed the sweet aroma they gave off. It reminded him of his mother and the flowers she loved to grow in her garden. Little leaves that sprouted from their stems brushed against his knees, and he had to gently push them out of the way as he walked. All of a sudden, something big blocked Jack's path. "Oof!" he gasped, opening his eyes. There, in the middle of the grass, was what looked to be a huge golden egg. Jack bent down and touched the shell with his fingertip, as if expecting something to pop out of it. It was far smoother than the eggs laid by his old hen back home. It shined when the sunlight hit it. Something told Jack that whatever had laid this golden egg must be close by. Sure enough, when Jack looked up, he saw a narrow path stamped out ahead. The grass had been squashed down to the ground by something with wide, flat feet. Excited, Jack took off running, eager to find the animal that had laid such a beautiful egg. It wasn't long before Jack spotted her. She stood roughly the same height as him. Her thin, white neck reminded him of the ostrich he had seen once at a fair. She had big, brown eyes and a long, orange beak that she used to peck at the ground, searching for a snack. Carefully, Jack moved toward her. He held out his arms and spoke in a gentle voice, but she showed no fear. The goose was very friendly. She had been raised to be just as kind as the giant she belonged to. When she noticed Jack, she waddled over and rested her head against his shoulder. He gently stroked the feathers along her neck. She was the softest creature he had ever touched in his life. Now it was time for Jack to think about how to return the goose to Blunderbore. As if she had read his thoughts, the goose lowered her head, inviting him to climb onto her back. Jack swung his leg over her neck and slid down into a comfortable place on her back as she straightened up. And off they went. Waddling from side to side, she followed the same path Jack had taken when he had come to find her. Before long, they reached the giant, who was standing beside his roses. When they emerged through the weeds, he smiled with delight and gathered Jack and the goose into his arms. "I don't know how to thank you," Blunderbore said. Jack hesitated. His thoughts had drifted away from the beanstalk and back down to the ground, to his mother and their old home. He told the giant about the worn house and the old chicken that laid very few eggs. "Perhaps I could take home an egg from the goose," he asked. "That would be more than enough." But before Jack could finish speaking, the giant clapped his hands. "You must come and live with me," he said. "It's been so lonely here by myself." At first, the idea sent Jack's mind reeling. Live with a giant in a world where daisies were the same height as him. But then Jack thought about it. He thought about his mother, and he looked around. She would love this garden. They'd always have a strong roof over their heads and plenty of eggs for breakfast. Blunderbore made a promise to Jack that he and his mother would never be hungry or cold again. They would sleep on the softest beds and could grow whatever they wanted in the garden. And the giant would always have someone to talk to. So that's what Jack and his mother did, and they all lived happily ever after, up the Beanstalk, where Jack's wish upon a shooting star came true. The end. Up next, we have the Queen's Winter Slumber. It was Sint evening many years ago before humans started counting the years as they do now. But they knew so the night when the season of plenty ended and winter truly began. The land was cool and still, as if holding its breath in expectation. Hidden on the peak of Ben Nevis, the tallest mountain in what would one day be called the British Isles, a stone formation was painted with the asterisk final light of the setting sun. Ben Nevis stood above the Grampian Mountains, snow-capped for most of the year, and fiercely watching over the highlands. The fiery orange glow of sunset cast a combination of light and shadow that could make a watcher believe the stone was the face of an ancient woman, lined with the cares of the world. but peacefully asleep as the last sliver of the sun dipped below the horizon. The stone woman opened her eye. The afterglow sky revealed the giantesses moving her long fingers and wiggling her huge toes. A cool wind blew, and the sound of her waking movements was like that of an avalanche. She moved slowly and carefully, relishing in movement after so many months of stillness. Her skin, just minutes ago rock, was now a deep sapphire blue. Her hair, which could have been mistaken for snow, was revealed to be white, wild, and long. She wore grey robes and had a grey cloth tied across her face as an eye patch, for she sacrificed the eye to create the moon long ago. Her face was stern, but not unkind. It was a face that had witnessed the lands rising from the ocean and the first apes discovering fire. The old giantesses had many names: the Storm Hag, the Queen of Winter, the Crone, just to name a few. But her daughter knew her as Mother Byra. She was fully awake now, her limbs warm and movable again, with no trace of stoniness about them. Her first thought was of her daughter, but she would have to wait for the sweet moment of reunion. There was work to do. Vera collected her tools from a hidden crack in the mountain. She first pulled out her staff, made from a gigantic Scots pine. It would bring the frost of winter and freeze the ground with each step she took. The next item to emerge from the crag was a basket woven from young sapling trees. In it, Baya carried a huge hammer. It had an oak log for a handle and the hardest iron for the head. Finally, she pulled out a great grey plaid, dirty from months of sitting in the crack. Her tools collected, Byra turned her head and made her way west. She arrived in very little time, for Byra was a giant Esses and could cross all of what would one day be Scotland in a few long strides. On the west coast, she came to a part of the sea dominated by the Corrivreen whelp. Corshi lowered her huge body into the sea, not at all bothered by the freezing temperature. Barra got to work, washing her great flat in the whirlpool. Her hands dunked and rubbed the cloth in the churning water, and she hummed gently to herself, a song that the wind taught her. The whirlpool was her cauldron, her washtub, and her source of magic. For 3 days she washed without pause, bringing about rough waves and fierce storms. The storms traveled across the land, bringing rain, sleep, and winds. The animals and men knew that this was their first sign that winter had truly arrived. Hibernating animals found their dens, and humans prepared their fields for frost. At the end of the 3rd day, Baya finally took her plaid from the whirlpool. Having cleaned it again to the purest white, she shook it out to its full size and draped it lovingly across the land. As she did so, it became a blanket of pure snow that covered all. Byra spent the following weeks tending to her formula of red deer. This was no ordinary herd of deer. The animals were large, and the herd counted in the hundreds, each one with a vibrant coat and every male with a large set of antlers. They would only respond to Byra, and no hunter ever sought to strike one down. Byra led them to secret patches of greenery to feed, and hidden, unfrozen rivers to drink. As she drove her massive herd before her, they created deep trails in the land. In this way, she created valleys and dells. She widened rivers, and her herd's hooves churned the earth for fertile fields. They ate any remaining green vegetation and thus cleared the land for new growth in the spring. When she was not tending to the deer, Byra took her hammer and set about carving the land. She created mountains as her stepping stones so she could more easily travel. Byra made hills to sit upon and see as far as she liked. Her busy hammer took the land that was flat and plain and transformed it into one that was buried and beautiful. While Byra shaped the land, she thought of how the next year, when she woke from her own hibernation, there would be a host of new plants and vegetation littered across it. It was not her responsibility to create new life. That was the job of Spring and her daughter's realm. She was Winter, and her tasks were to shape the land while it was resting and asleep, to make the snow that would melt to water the land come warmer weather, and to keep the cycle of the year balanced with a period of restful stagnation. But this carving and herring was not easy work. Byra was a very old woman, and she needed rest. One day, she was minding a new well she created near Hollow Mountain. It was deep into winter, and she had been laboring tirelessly for months. She spied the large impression in the mountain that gave it its name, and thought that it looked like the perfect spot for her to sit and rest while she waited for the well to fill. The crisp winter sun warmed her azure face, and her huge eyelid began to droop. In a few minutes, the mountain was shaking with the sound of her snores. All the while, the water in the well climbed and climbed. It overflowed and ran to a valley below the mountain. The valley was filled with water by the time Byra awoke and stopped the flowing water. In an attempt to drain some of the water, Byra carved a river from the newly formed loch to the ocean. She told some salmon about the beauty of her new loch and Hollow Mountain, convincing them to swim up the river and view her handiwork, which they continued to do every year. Before she knew it, winter was more than halfway finished. The morning of Imbolc, the last holiday of winter, was close at hand.
Byra needed to decide what kind of weather she wanted that morning. It was her last day to collect firewood for the end of winter. If she wanted a long winter, she would need a bright sunny day so she could see well and collect a mountain of firewood. If she wanted a short winter, she would bring forth clouds and rain and only collect a little firewood. Vera considered her options. Every year she had this debate with herself. She loved winter, the crisp flavor of the air, the serene silence of the land, the otherworldly beauty of snow. Some years this love of winter won out, and she brought forth the sun to collect a forest worth of firewood. On the other hand, she was very tired and very old. Her ancient bones made from the roots of mountains begged her for rest. She thought longingly of her throne on Ben Nevis and the long sleep she had there. A swift end of winter also brought forth the first day of spring, the day she looked forward to every year.
Byra made up her mind. She brought one blue hand to the sky and made huge circles in the air. From the circle bloomed heavy white and gray clouds. They were fluffy and thick, like the softest fleece. She spread them out along the sky, bringing them so low that they crowned every mountain and skimmed the top of trees. The sun started to rise, but its light was blocked thoroughly by the thick wall of clouds. Instead of sharp golden rays highlighting the land, the inky night faded gradually to a periwinkled dawn. As the morning faded into day, Byra brought the rains from her shadowy clouds. It started as a sprinkling, a light mist in the morning that cast the world in a hazy cloak. By midday, she had gathered her firewood and taken shelter beneath a great oak forest with the herd of deer. She reached into the clouds and opened the fort of her magic. Rain poured out of the sky in a deluge. Creeks swelled, locks climbed up their banks, and rivers began to roar.
The water washed away any debris from winter and seeped deep into the soil, whispering gently to seeds buried there that it was nearly time. White snowdrop flowers appeared beneath the shelter of great trees in the coming weeks. They were joined, not long after, by daffodil shoots growing in bright green clumps like long grass. Their white and yellow heads burst forth and turned to the sun, which was getting brighter and stronger with each passing day. Bea's great white plaid was becoming dirty in spots again as the snow melted. Birds were building nests and holding concerts in the forest at all hours of the day. Spring was coming. Bea saw that her herd of red deer came through the winter months healthy and content. She would release them for the summer, allowing them to grow fat in the green grasslands and bear yet more thorns before the weather turned cold again. She moved her attention to her final tasks of the year. Beira made sure that there was a plentiful level of snow on the mountain. Knowing that the snow mound would water the lands for the following season, she whipped up windstorms to spread dormant seeds around the land, making sure that they landed in the perfect spot to be germinated come spring. Finally, Beltona dawn arrived, swift and sweet. Beltona was the first day of spring, the day when Baya must relinquish her grasp upon the world and return to her 6-month sleep. It announced the beginning of warmth, growth, and plenty in the world. Despite these facts, it was also her favorite day of the year, because it was the one day she spent in the company of her daughter, the goddess of spring. As the purple night gave way to lavender day, Bara prepared herself for the meeting. She tamed her wild, windswept hair, straightened her stone-gray robes, and allowed a joyful smile to break over her face. As the sun raised its sleepy head over the horizon in the east, so did Bricket in a secret meadow of grasses. Her golden-red hair draped across her face as she yawned, and wild flowers burst into bloom at her waking. Her eyes were startlingly green, and a host of freckles danced across her face. Bricket's hair was the color of spun copper, and nearly as wild as her mother's. All through it ran flowers and vines. Her simple dress was pale linen marked with grass stains and fresh earth. She stretched and looked around to find her mother watching her from a nearby hill. Bricket's face split into a joyful grin. Where her mother was ancient, Bridget was perpetually youthful. She ran and skipped across the field and flung herself into Bea's waiting arms. The cold, harsh face of the Queen of Winter seemed to melt into one of softness and love in the presence of spring herself. They rose hand in hand and made their way across the land. The sun, fully up, shone with a brightness that was only eclipsed by the happiness of mother and daughter. Through the low grasslands they walked. During winter, every step that Beira took with her great staff froze the ground and spread frost underfoot. Now, every step that Briad took brought forth a bloom of flowers, grass, and soft moss. She held her mother's arm so that Bara would not need to use her staff. The grasslands went from being barren ground with a few brown stalks to being crowded with grasses, wildflowers, and shrubbery. A host of pollinators, drawn by the new growth, buzzed and chirped happily in the wake of the walking pair. Briad paused for a moment and picked up a tiny dormouse, which cleaned itself contentedly in her hand. She gave the little creature to her mother and smiled as Beira watched the dormouse
scurry across her huge blue hand. They continued on from the grasslands to the forest. They were spent all winter in the company of evergreen pines and firs. With the entrance of Brickhead into the forest, the leafless oaks, birches and willows sprouted new green leaves. Brigade admired the way Bea and her herd of deer had stripped back the forest over the winter, leaving enough room for her to encourage new growth. Nettles, ferns, and dock leaves raced for the best spots on the forest floor. The soft carpet of fallen pine needles and moss provided a comforting floor for their track. Birds twittered from every branch, singing the full performance that they had been merely practicing when Beira walked these woods alone. Beira and Brighead picked early wild strawberries and carried them in Bea's basket. They enjoyed the first sweet and sour bursts of flavor under the bowels of the sun-dappled forest. Barra relayed stories of mischief that her deer got up to while Brickhead slept. Her tinkling laughter was even more lovely than the birdsong.
They continued their journey to the big locks of the highlands. Bri had admired the new lock Bea had made that year in the shadow of Hollow Mountain. Bri had blessed the new source of fresh water with a host of fish, frogs, insects, and water birds. Large road deer came down the opposite shore to drink its clear water. The sun was very high now, shining down on the full majesty of Hollow Mountain. Brihead's lovely laughter burst forth again when she heard just how the luck came to be. She lovingly chided her mother for working too hard. Long past were the days when Byra chased her small daughter across the newly formed land and did the telling off. Now Byra smiled at her daughter's tone and promised to take a very long rest. Together they climbed up Ben Nevis to the tucked-away spot where Byra's mountain throne lay waiting. Brihead helped her mother into her seat and placed her tools back into the crack on the mountainside. She clucked her tongue at Bea's great plant, once again brown and grey with dirt. Brihead then sat near the foot of Bea's throne and rested her head on her mother's knee. Their journey had taken most of the day, and now the sun was dipping low in the western sky. Barra closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the combined warmth of the sun on her face and her daughter's head on her knee. She worked as hard as she could for the continued health of the land she loved and helped create all winter. Her payment was this one day when winter and spring were together. She loved witnessing her daughter waking up again after a winter of hibernation. She reminded Bear of when she was just a little child godette waking from a nap. Vera always felt safe leaning on the arm of her daughter as they took their walk through the world, sharing stories and observing the beginnings of spring. Finally, after all her hard work, it was time for Byra to rest. The sun touched the horizon, shooting out rays of orange, pink, and gold across the cloudless sky. Deep purples and blues were invading from the east, and Byra felt her eyelid begin to droop. As she succumbed to her annual rest, she felt Bridget lay a sweet kiss on her cheek and whisper a wish of good dreams. Byra drifted into slumber, waiting to wake again when summer closed. Bridget watched as the sun slipped below the horizon, and her mother turned once again into stone. The end. Our next story is The Fairy Forest. Deep in the heart of the woods, just behind a village, was a small kingdom brimming with fairies. These fluttering fairies lived in little houses that they built for themselves, using the things that the earth had given to them. Some lived in the hollowed-out parts of tree trunks, while others patched together large, thick leaves to make homes. Other fairies burrowed holes in the ground like little moles. They were protected by the trees that housed them,
in the earth that loved them. The fairies were Mother Nature's creatures. It was their job to protect the land in these woods. They had to heal and nourish the trees and feed the soil. In return, Mother Nature protected the fairies. She kept them hidden away from the prying eyes of the humans who lived nearby. People in the village near the woods had heard stories of the fairies and wanted glimpses of them. But the trees were a barrier between the village and the guardian fairies. Whenever a human came too close, the tree branches would often tickle the person's head or sway across the path, blocking the way. And sometimes the path itself would confuse people by moving entirely. These fairies had to remain hidden away so that they could do their work and live peacefully in their homes. But once every few years, someone slipped through the cracks. Most times, they didn't mean to. It was just luck, coincidence, or sometimes fate.
An autumn afternoon not so long ago was one of those days. It was a day when the woods had decided to allow a guest to greet the fairies. The air was brewing something within its cool breeze, while the clouds were a misty gray. They did their best to hide the sun, but its beams still shone through the gaps. The brilliant rays made the dewdrops sparkle on the amber leaves in the woods. A girl was walking down a path illuminated by a single sunbeam. Her name was Evie, and she loved autumn. As she walked through the woods, she admired the world around her. She inhaled the scent of pine needles and damp leaves, and smiled as the earth crunched beneath her feet. It was sensory magic. That was how she'd describe it in a conversation with her mother before she left for her afternoon walk. There was something so magical about autumn. Everything about it delighted her senses. From the crunch of the leaves to the beautiful colors of the trees.
She looked up at the canopy of leaves above her now. It looked as though the trees had been set on fire in a glow of burning colors. It didn't matter that the skies were gray today. The trees were still glowing with all the magic and color of the sunlight. Evie hardly noticed which direction she was heading. She couldn't help lifting her eyes to admire the beauty surrounding her. And the trees felt her wonder and affection. They sensed the warmth in her heart and appreciated it, so they allowed her to keep walking. Even as she drew near to the secret part of the woods, the branches did not dare reach out to trip her. They did not brush her neck or knock her hat from her head. Instead, they let her pass unhindered. As Evie gazed up at the world around her, she barely looked at the path beneath her feet. She did not realize that it had changed or that it had suddenly curved to the left. Nor did she notice that the ground itself had shifted. The grass and fallen leaves were gone. Evie kept walking until she became aware that her steps no longer crunched. Instead, she heard the tapping of her shoes against stone. When she looked down, she saw that the dirt trail nestled in the rich green grass had disappeared. It had been replaced by a cobblestone walkway. The path was closely bordered by red maple trees and tall shrubs, leaving her no choice but to turn back or follow it wherever it might lead. Evie glanced behind her, hoping to catch sight of the dirt trail she had used before. But behind her, there was only green grass, scattered leaves, and tall, looming trees. The trail had disappeared. Evie stood still and wondered what to do next. She looked up at the clouds softly floating by and wished it was evening so that the North Star could make an appearance. If only there was something to guide her. For a moment, she thought about turning back and wandering through the woods until she could make sense of where she was. But something stopped her. It was as though a firm finger was pointing back to the cobblestone path she stood on. Now a voice inside seemed to be encouraging her to follow the path. Evie was filled with a sense of excitement. The thrill of something new thrummed in her heart. In that moment, the rest of the world faded away. All that was left was this cobblestone path before her and the wonderful possibility of adventure. So Evie began to walk. She watched her boots step over the glistening stones. Each footstep was cautious and quiet, but somehow she wasn't afraid. Instead, she felt happy and curious. She was ready for whatever this little path was leading her to. But after just a few more steps, Evie came to a halt. She heard a distance scuttling from somewhere, like tiny little feet pattering on the stone.
At first, she thought it was an animal, possibly a mouse or a squirrel. But then she heard quiet footsteps and realized it must be something else. Could it even be something magical? Of course, Evie didn't really believe in magic anymore. When she was little, she had once seen the garden gnome on her front lawn wink at her. On another occasion, she'd mistaken a dragonfly for a fairy. But that was when she was very young. After she turned 12, all thoughts of magic vanished. It was something that belonged in books. She decided, convinced herself, that her magical experiences weren't real. But now, here in the woods, she found herself looking down at a tiny green person about the size of her finger. He had fluttering wings and was looking up at her curiously. Evie couldn't help but rub her eyes. It had to be a dream. She had traveled through these woods hundreds of times, and never before had she seen a cobblestone walkway, nor had she ever seen mythical creatures. It was all in her imagination. Shaking her head, Evie shut her eyes tightly. She hoped that when she reopened them, she would suddenly be back home in her bed. But she couldn't smell the sense of home, like the cinnamon candle her mother burned throughout autumn. Instead, Evie smelled the damp earth and the rich, musty scent of pine. She could feel the gentle breeze of the autumn wind, carrying with it the smells that surrounded her. And she knew that when she opened her eyes, she wouldn't be in bed. She would still be in the woods. Ever so slowly, Evie opened one eye. She was so surprised by what she saw that she took a step backwards and tripped on a stone. But just as she was falling, she felt something reach out and wrap itself around her waist. It caught her before she could hit the ground. Looking down, she saw what was wrapped around her. It was a long, sinewy branch that belonged to a red maple tree. Before she could react or say anything, the tree lifted her up so that she was steady on her feet. Then it slowly pulled its branch away from her. Evie blinked. Now it was just an ordinary tree with solid branches once more. "Thank you," she murmured, unsure what else to say to a tree that had just rescued her. The tree waved its branch as if to say, "No problem." Evie couldn't believe it. She felt as though she was Alice and had stumbled into Wonderland somehow. Rubbing her eyes, she slowly turned her attention back to the very thing that had surprised her before. Fluttering up in the air with beautiful multicolored wings were several small people. They were no bigger than her hand. As they hovered, they inclined their heads towards her. They looked at Evie as though she were the strange thing. It was as if she were the mythical creature here. "Fairies," Evie whispered. She felt like she had to say something to break this unusual silence. That way, she would be sure she was really here. The fairies watched Evie with furrowed brows. No one had come into their little village for years now. They hadn't had company for some time.
One of the fairies looked up at the surrounding trees and frowned. He seemed to be thinking, "You silly trees, how could you let a human through?" But the other fairies smiled in excited anticipation. They knew Evie shouldn't be there. She was a human after all. But they trusted the trees that protected them. If Evie had somehow managed to slip through their defenses, then she was either incredibly clever or incredibly kind and good. But judging from Eve's reaction, they soon understood that she had never planned on getting through to the guardian fairies. Something had led her here to their little village, hidden away in the heart of the woods. Whatever the reason, they assumed that it was something good. So, with smiles on their little faces, they flew up towards Evie, their hands wrapped around her fingers and her clothes as they tugged at her. They were trying to coax her further down the cobblestone path. Evie allowed the fairies to tug her along. It felt surreal having such little things pulling at her with all their might. She could have easily brushed them off, turned around, and tried to find her way back home. But instead, she walked along the path, guided by the fairies. She wasn't quite sure what else to do. If she turned back, she might get lost. Besides, she wasn't sure that she wanted to go back. Not so soon, anyway. She had just stumbled into a world of fairies and trees that could move. How could she possibly just walk home after seeing that? Especially as it seemed the fairies wanted her to stay. The further Evie walked, the clearer the end of the path became. She could now see two small willow trees that ended the wall of maples. Their soft, curved branches and vibrant green leaves acted as a curtain protecting whatever lay behind it. For a moment, Evie hesitated. So far she had found fairies and moving trees. What would she find beyond the curtain of leaves? Ogres, perhaps? Or trolls? Or wizards? She didn't have to wait long to find out. As if sensing her presence, the willow trees moved automatically. Their leaves pulled back to reveal something straight out of a fairy tale. Back in Eve's world, the season was autumn. She could taste the pumpkin spice in the air and relish the beauty of the golden leaves. But in here, past the willow trees, Evie could have sworn it was summer. As she walked, the air seemed to change. She could feel the heat spreading through her body. Suddenly, she regretted wearing the hat and scarf her grandmother had knitted for her. In front of her was a village, the smallest village Evie had ever seen. The entrance was illuminated by brilliant, glowing sunlight. The leaves of the willow tree tickled Eve's cheeks as she passed through. The fairies let go of her and fluttered down into the village and into the collection of homes that was spread out before them. Evie looked up at the blue sky and the white clouds that bobbed along it like fluffy boats. The sun was bright and inviting. Its rays wrapped around Evie, enveloping her in a warm hug. She had the sudden urge to peel off her autumn layers and lie on the ground, basking in the sun's warmth. Before her, she could see the cobbled path stretched onwards, creating a center for a small town. Right in the middle was a tall building. Or rather, it must have seemed tall for the fairies. Evie guessed that if she was standing next to the building, it would only reach her waist. The cream-colored building seemed to be made out of stone. It stood tall and strong, as though it had been there for centuries. Evie was reminded of the houses that lined her street, which her mother would tell her about in detail. They had been built hundreds of years ago and still remained standing. Embedded in the middle of this building was a large clock. As she looked at it, Evie realized that it was almost tea time. She should have started heading back home quite a while ago. A group of fairies stood in front of the building with the clock. They were carrying things they seemed to have taken from the woods, like acorns and orange leaves. When Evie approached, they all turned and stared at her with open mouths. Some even dropped the things they were holding. Evie didn't want to walk too far into the tiny village in case she stepped on something or someone. From where she was standing, she could see that on either side of the cobblestone pathway there were intricately made houses created from natural materials.
She couldn't help but marvel at one house, made from a collection of sturdy leaves and twigs. At first glance, she thought it resembled a very neat pile of leaves. But then, a little head poked through an opening, and Evie quickly saw it for what it was: a home. She was so busy admiring the sights before her that she almost missed the fairy that had sneaked up on her. It was now flying in front of her face. This fairy stood out from all the others. She wore a long yellow silk dress and had glowing brown hair that flowed down her body. Her wings were larger than the others and matched her yellow dress too. She had a pretty and delicate face. Evie couldn't help but smile as the fairy flew closer to her. "Hello," said the fairy, and Evie gaped. For some reason, she hadn't thought the fairies could talk. Perhaps it was because they had taken to tugging on her clothes instead of just asking her to follow them down the path. "Welcome to our home," said the fairy. "I suppose you're here for a reason. Or maybe the trees decided it was time for a visit." The fairy cocked her head at Evie, waiting for her to talk. But the words didn't come. The fairies around them were all watching this exchange, waiting for Evie to say something. And then she finally spoke. "I don't know how I got here. I'm so sorry to disturb you." Evie took a hesitant step backwards and glanced at the clock once more. "I really should head back now anyway," she added. "It's getting late." The fairy smiled kindly at Evie and nodded her head. Then she spoke. "If the trees deemed your visit necessary today, perhaps they will deem it necessary another day, when there is more time." With that, two fairies fluttered towards Evie. They sparkled in the sunlight as though hovering in a cloud of fairy dust. Or perhaps it really was fairy dust, Evie thought. After a final glance at the magical village, she turned and followed the fairies back out. They let her in silence, which was just as well. Evie was still a ruck. She didn't think she had it in her to talk. By the time she had reached the dirt path, Evie was starting to feel aware of just how tired she was. She waved goodbye to the fairies and wandered home, her head completely in the clouds. The events of the day floated through her mind. She still couldn't believe that any of it was real. When her mother asked her how she'd spent the afternoon, Evie didn't know what to say. She wasn't even sure what she had done that day. She could only be sure that she had gone for a walk, and she had discovered a world so special she wanted to pinch herself each time she remembered it to check she wasn't dreaming. After dinner, Evie had a warm, relaxing bath. It felt like she was washing away the forest, picking twigs and moss out of her hair. Then she put on her pajamas and got into bed. Outside her window, the sun had gone away and been replaced by a glistening full moon. As Evie put her head on the pillow, her tired brain finally made sense of everything she'd seen that day. Now, she knew that fairies were in fact real, and she knew she would return to the woods as soon as possible. Evie turned off the light and closed her eyes. She was sure she would dream of moving trees and tiny glittering people with beautiful wings. And after just a few deep breaths, she was fast asleep. Following on from our last story, this asterisk one is called an Honorary Fairy. Evie could feel herself slowly waking up. Bright rays of morning sunlight were streaming in through her bedroom window. The dazzling light was like a brilliant golden alarm clock.
Evie turned slightly in her bed and let out a muffled yawn into her pillow. Then she sat up, wiped the sleep out of her eyes, and smoothed down her hair. She could hear her family starting the day downstairs. Sounds drifted to her room. The quiet hum of the coffee machine, her mother's laugh, and her father's deep voice. As she became aware of these sounds, Evie realized that her mind was fuzzy. Part of her was still living in the dreamscape she had been in minutes before. Just as she always did when she first awoke, she tried to remember her dreams. She wanted to relive those moments and recall the incredible things she had seen. Evie closed her eyes and remembered the feel of soft wings stroking her cheek and small hands guiding her. Then she remembered a clock tower that only reached her waist and a village so small it resembled a child's plaything. Evie shook her head, smiling at her own imagination. She was about to lift her covers and get out of bed when she turned and glanced at the floor. There was her woolly hat, covered in remnants from the trees in the woods. Green moss, twigs, and crumbled brown leaves lay embedded in the fabric. Slowly, she stretched towards it and reached out her hand. She grabbed her hat from the carpet and pulled it into her lap. At first, Evie simply stared at the hand-knitted mustard-cold hat. Then, as she looked closely at the stitching, she found the evidence of her adventure yesterday. The fabric was soft under her fingers. She stroked it gently, picking out the bits of leaves and dried moss that had become tangled with the yarn. And there, embedded deep in the wool, were infinite specks of shining, sparkling fairy dust. In her dreams, this was the very same hat she had worn on her head. She remembered how she'd wanted to take it off. It had been so warm there in the tiny village. The sun had been shining so brightly, just like it was now in her room. Evie turned and stared at the glowing sunshine, which continued to stream in through the slit in her curtains. Then she got out of bed and pulled the curtains open. Through the window, she could see her front garden and the little street next to it. There was her neighbor, wearing an autumn jacket and scarf. The woman was being pulled out of her front door by her large, fluffy German shepherd. And just beyond the houses, a short walk away, there were the woods. This was the place Evie retreated to when she felt nature was calling to her. They were the same woods she had walked through in her dream, and they were the woods that had led her to somewhere entirely different, guiding her along a cobbled path. As she gazed out of the window, Evie noticed that there was a slight breeze in the air. She watched as it led the fallen leaves into a dance floating along the road. It wasn't much of a wind at all, but rather a light caress of the earth. Then she looked towards the woods again and caught sight of movement in the trees. But it wasn't just a gentle breeze. It looked as though a strong gust of wind was blowing through the trees until the leaves rippled like waves. She could have sworn the trees themselves had somehow moved. But then she blinked, and it was as though nothing had ever happened. The woods were calm once more. Yet Evie was suddenly filled with excitement. She knew what she'd just seen. There was something magical about the woods after all. Now she was sure her memories of the fairy village weren't just a dream. It had all happened. It was all real. She quickly got dressed and prepared to go outside and returned to the woods. As Evie headed downstairs and into the kitchen, she realized that her father had just left. She could hear his car pulling out of the driveway. He'd probably gone to get food for their Sunday dinner. The smell of coffee filled the air. Evie breathed in deeply, inhaling the scent. She'd only had a sip of coffee once in her life, and she wasn't keen on its strong taste. But she still loved the smell of it in the mornings. Today, she could detect a hint of cocoa in the fragrance, a special autumn treat. As Evie stood in the kitchen, she wondered what adventures the day would bring. All the memories were coming back to her now. She remembered her walk through the woods and the feel of the tree branch wrapped tightly around her waist as it stopped her from falling. She recalled the faces of the fairies with their glittering smiles and delicate iridescent wings. Her heart was filled with hope and excitement. She was sure today would be a busy day. So, after saying good morning to her mother, Evie got ready, filling her backpack with supplies. She flitted around her kitchen, collecting granola bars, fruit, and a bottle of water for the journey. Evie knew it might be hard to find the fair's little nook hidden away in the heart of the woods, but she would search all day if she had to. Once she filled her backpack, she was out of the door and walking briskly along the pavement. She could feel the gentle breeze she'd noticed from her window. It felt as though it had been patiently waiting to greet her all morning. The breeze gently nudged her along. She could feel it brushing her cheeks and tugging on the strands of hair that fell free beneath her hat. Evie nodded, answering the question she imagined the breeze was asking. Yes, she thought, I'm going to see the fairies today. As she walked towards the woods, the only sounds were her footsteps and the soft crunch as she took a bite of her apple. Sunday morning arrived with quiet and calm. Everyone seemed to be at home. As she walked along, Evie peeked into the windows of several houses. She caught glimpses of picture-perfect Sundays.
Through kitchen windows, she saw families sharing breakfast, talking and laughing as they sipped orange juice or coffee. In another window, she noticed a cozy scene. A couple was watching early morning television together, blankets wrapped around their shoulders. Evie smiled at the sight before her. Sunday appeared to give everyone a feeling of peace. High above, the world was just as serene. The pale blue sky was mostly cloudless, except for a few clouds drifting slowly overhead, and the sun shone like a brilliant beacon. It seemed to use its rays to guide Evie toward the woods, pointing her in the direction of the fairies. The fairies, Evie whispered to herself between bites of her apple. They were real, and she was going to see them again. Moments later, she reached the edge of the forest. As she stepped into the fortress of trees, she breathed in one of her favorite scents. It had rained lightly that morning, and now the smell of the earth felt 10 times stronger. Rain was nature's superpower. Just a little of it brought greenery to life. Not only did the woods smell richer, but everything looked more vivid as well. Raindrops shimmered on autumn leaves, and the tree bark appeared darker, deeper, and somehow stronger. Yesterday, she had relished the atmosphere of the woods. But today, Evie felt as though she had almost become part of the woods, part of the spongy moss that covered the trees, or the crimson leaves that fluttered gracefully to the ground. She felt tied to the damp earth that filled her senses as she moved deeper into the woods. Now she was walking on the same dirt path she had followed 100 times before, squelching through the mud. She could feel her boots sinking into the earth with each step. Thankfully, she had remembered to wear her wellies today. She wasn't sure she could retrace her steps and return to the world she had found yesterday. A small part of her expected that world to no longer exist. Perhaps the woods had done her a favor, showing her a glimpse of magic, but now it was over. Maybe that was all she'd ever be allowed to see. Still, Evie let hope and love guide her, just as they had yesterday. Her heart felt as bright and as splendid as the sun. As she walked, the minutes felt like hours, but she remained hopeful.
Evie looked up at the bright colors of the trees just as she had done the day before. She didn't look down once, not until she felt the change beneath her feet. Then she shifted her gaze from the canopy of leaves above her head to the ground. She was no longer on the dirt path, but rather a familiar cobblestone path. And right ahead in the woodland clearing was a crowd of beautiful fairies. Evie's face lit up. She had found them again.
At the head of the group was the fairy Evie had spoken to yesterday. This was the one that Evie had dreamed about. Today, the fair's hair was tied back in a long braid that snaked down her body, but her yellow dress remained the same. The dress looked as though it had been made out of a sunbeam. Evie couldn't help but gaze admiringly at it. Even though it was surrounded by the beautiful colors of the trees and the fairies, the yellow dress stood out. It shone bright and beautiful, and as the fairy flitted towards her, Evie noticed that the edges of her transparent wings were colored in a shimmering gold that sparkled as she flew. Evie went to greet her, but paused when she realized that she didn't know what to call the fairy. They hadn't even exchanged names yet. Then the golden fairy spoke to Evie. "The trees allowed you to enter once more," she said. As the fairy came closer, Evie noticed that she seemed to bring the smell of summer with her. When the fairy fluttered her wings, Evie could smell the heat of July and warm sunsets in the air. As though reading her thoughts, the fairy smiled, looking at her with brilliant, piercing blue eyes. "Introductions are in order then," said the fairy. "I am Marild, Queen of the Guardian Fairies." She stared at Evie expectantly, her eyebrows arched as she waited. Finally, Evie caught on. "Oh, my name is Evie," she said. "I am a human." Marigold cocked her head to one side and looked at Evie curiously. The fairies behind her did the same, waiting in anticipation. Humans and fairies had been kept separate for years. The fairies did their job maintaining the natural world as best they could. Meanwhile, the humans went about their busy lives, none the wiser. Marild remembered the few times humans had found out about them. These encounters had happened long ago, but she recalled that the humans had brought love, laughter, and happiness to their secluded world. Today, Marild wasn't sure how Evie's visit would end, but as she peered into her face, she could tell that this human was good. Evie was shining, her eyes glittering with kindness. Marigold decided that Evie was safe. With her mind made up, the Queen of the Fairies nodded and smiled, then clapped her hands together. "We have lots to do today," she said to Evie. "You're welcome to help if you would like." Then Marigold turned to the gaggle of open-mouthed fairies behind her and shooed them away back to work. All the fairies spun around and picked up leaves, twigs, baskets, and more. Then they continued with their work. Evie stood in the clearing, watching as the fairies flew from side to side. She wasn't entirely sure what to do with herself. In fact, she wasn't even sure what the fairies were doing. But she was mesmerized nonetheless. She stood there for a while, staring at them as they worked, until one of them fluted towards her. This fairy had wide eyes, as blue and as deep as the ocean, and their wings were tinted a faint shade of teal. They glimmered in the sunlight. "Would you like to help me collect twigs for a home?" asked the fairy, their voice timid and soft. Evie nodded her head and followed the fairy to the other side of the clearing. Neither spoke as they went about collecting twigs and pretty leaves. Instead, Evie listened to the fluttering of wings behind her, the rustle of the leaves, and the quiet pitter-patter of feet on the stones. She decided she would try to make sense of everything later. For now, she wanted to focus on her task and be as helpful as possible. So she did as the fairy asked. Once her hands were filled with all the twigs she could find, she turned to the fairy. They led her past the tall clock tower and the other fairies, going deeper into the little plot of land. Evie looked around in wonder at this magical world she had stumbled into once again.
To her, it looked like a natural, happy town. It was the kind of place Evie would love to live in one day when she grew up. 2 squirrels bustled past her, pushing a wooden trolley filled with tired fairies. These fairies were carrying things that were too heavy to fly with, so the squirrels were giving them a lift home. As Evie walked on, she admired the fair's handmade homes, which were beautifully created. There were also little open-air cafes with chefs cooking over fires. On the tiny tables were delicate glass containers with fresh water. There was even a little shop made from clay, with a sign in front advertising tea and coffee. Evie was astonished. How did fairies get their hands on coffee? At last, Evie reached to the spot where the fairies were storing materials. As she laid her twigs down next to a house made of pebbles and clay, she reflected on what she had just seen. Evie decided that while humans didn't know about fairies, the fairies most certainly knew about humans, and they knew how to get into their world too. The fairy with teal wings looked up at Evie as though they knew what she was thinking, and gave her a cheeky grin. Then, the fairy tugged on a bit of glittering white string the TV hadn't noticed before, and began to wrap it around the twigs. As the fairy worked, the glitter on the string grew brighter and brighter. It looked as though tiny sunbeams were being woven into the string itself. Evie watched in amazement as the string began to meld the twigs together. Soon, she couldn't see the string at all. From where she stood, it looked like the twigs were being held together by nothing at all. It was like magic. For the next few hours, Evie continued to help the teal fairy. She collected things from the woods, such as acorns, leaves, conkers, more twigs, and even tiny stones. She then sat and watched the fairy shape these materials into different things. The fairy broke the stones apart and turned them into a table and chairs, and then created curtains out of leaves. They even scooped out the insides of conkers to make bowls. By the time a clock struck 4, the house had been completed, and Eve's work was done. She'd had a wonderful afternoon, but she was ready to go home now. Merrill seemed to know this. She fluted over to wish Evie goodbye. Any reservations Merrill might have had about Evie had long disappeared. She had seen how Evie had kindly helped the fairies all afternoon. Mygold led Evie back to the cobblestone path. Just as they were saying goodbye, she touched Eve's cheek and asked her to open her hand. A fairy with purple wings fluttered over and dropped something into Eve's open palm. But Evie didn't look just yet. She closed her hands around the gift, and then, after a final glance at the magical world of the fairies, she turned and walked away back through the woods. Evie waited until she'd walked all the way home. Then, just as she was about to open her front door, she decided that she was too curious to wait any longer. At last, she opened her hand and looked at the gift the fairies had given her. It was just a simple twig, but inscribed in glittering gold were the words, "Honorary Guardian Fairy." Evie clutched the twig tightly and smiled. She kept it in her hand all day, only putting it down when the evening came and it was time for her to get ready for bed. But after she had showered and changed into her pajamas, she picked up the twig once more and put it under her pillow. And as she stared up at the moon, her eyes growing heavy with tiredness, she made a wish. She wished to return to the forest and the place filled with fairies. Then she got settled in bed and closed her eyes. She was so tired that she soon fell fast asleep. That night, Evie dreamed of glitter and of stones being turned into tiny furniture. As she slept, the twig under her pillow glowed. And somehow, even in her sleep, Evie knew that she would see the fairies once again. The end.